Chapter 454. After these words, not only Yang Chen was shocked and stunned in place, but even Gong Sunling next to him was shocked by Gao Yu's words. Suddenly her face turned red, and she was at a loss. Even her delicate hands were a little confused. After Gao Yu said these words, her heart suddenly relaxed. Yang Chen was his own apprentice. Between the two of them, it seemed that it should be impossible. But since Yang Chen was her own disciple, Gao Yu considered from the master's point of view. Of course, the more wives Yang Chen had, the better, and she would be happy to see it. As soon as this thought came out, although it was inexplicably a little sad, there was another kind of happiness. Her own disciple, of course. She had to think for him wholeheartedly and make arrangements for him. Yang Chen didn't know what to do, and it seemed that he should let his master decide. This. Yang Chen really didn't know how to respond to Gao Yu. He just said 2 words in a daze. Then he looked at Gao Yu, and then looked at Gong Sunling, who was ashamed and resentful, but he couldn't say a word. What? Do you dislike your senior sister? Gao Yu simply picked up the topic and directly pulled up Gong Sunling next to her. How is your senior sister worse than them? Look. In terms of appearance, Ling is also one of the best. In terms of aptitude, Ling has the full value of Earth's spiritual root. In terms of cultivation, Ling is similar to you. It's just a match made in heaven. As soon as Gong Sunling mentioned Yang Chen's dual cultivation companion, she would have some unnatural reactions. This point, Gao Yu had long discovered, but she had never pointed it out. Gao Yu was conflicted in her heart. How could she not see Gong Sunling's thoughts? Gong Sunling was hindered by the identity of her senior sister, and it was not good to take the initiative to speak. So Gao Yu spoke for her. In any case, he was going to find wives for his disciple. Of course, the more the merrier. The more suitable, the better. Moreover, Gong Sunling was an acquaintance. When the time came, she could take good care of Yang Chen. Listening to Gao Yu's clear words, Gong Sunling was too shy to lift her head, but there was no reason for her heart to loosen. The words hidden in her heart were spoken by Gao Yu. Although it was not her own mouth, it also said what was on her mind. Now, Gong Sunling was a little nervous, out of thin air. She didn't know what Yang Chen would think. Would he feel that if she didn't open her mouth, it would be a shameless idea? But she didn't know how to open her mouth. Her delicate body had begun to tremble slightly. Yang Chen had never expected that his master would use this angle to help him. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In his mind, the person he loved the most was his master. He had missed his master for thousands of years in his previous life. It was not easy for him to see his master again. He was once again a disciple of his master. He had once again relived those warm scenes. Why did his master suddenly want to find someone else for him? No, it's not that I dislike senior sister. Yang Chen's heart was in a mess, but he also knew that he couldn't make Gong Sunling sad at this time. If he said that he disliked Gong Sunling, it would definitely hurt his senior sister seriously. However, this was completely different from Yang Chen's thoughts. How should he continue? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Gong Sunling's trembling, delicate body suddenly calmed down. Suddenly, there was a warm current flowing into her heart, making Gong Sunling's whole body warm up. It was just that in the few breaths of time that Yang Chen reacted, Gong Sunling felt like she had fought with someone with all her strength. She only felt that her whole body was weak, as if all the strength in her body had been sucked away. As soon as Yang Chen's words came out, Gong Sunling almost couldn't hold on and collapsed. Fortunately, she had been sitting and didn't lose her composure. After correcting her master's mentality, Gao Yu suddenly found that she could easily see through the thoughts of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling obviously had a good impression of Yang Chen because of the previous contact, but she didn't dare to say it. As for Gao Yu herself, she asked herself and was reluctant to push Yang Chen to others. However, she was Yang Chen's master. What could she do? Did she really not care about the relationship between master and disciple? Gao Yu herself hadn't seen it to this point. In that case, then I will make the decision for you. What are you worried about? Gao Yu put on the posture of a master, stared at Yang Qin, and asked. Sudden, it was definitely sudden. Yang Qin has been scared by Gao Yu's words and became a silly guy. From the perspective of the master and apprentice, Yang Qin should listen to Gao Yu's instructions, which was a performance of respecting his master. But from an emotional point of view, Yang Qin couldn't accept his master's arrangement in any case. He was able to be reborn 10,000 years ago and re-enter his master's sect, not to let his master arrange a double cultivation companion for him. Master! Yang Qin suddenly smiled. Do you think that the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island will tolerate their genius disciple to become a disciple's Tao companion? Since he didn't want to accept his master's arrangement, Yang Qin must also think of a reasonable reason to refuse. And obviously this reason was strong enough. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, which were the leading sect, allowed the genius disciple of their own sect to double cultivate with Yang Qin, which was already the limit. At the same time, with the disciples of the two sects, it was not to make friends with the two sects, but to provoke. Yang Chen thought of this reason. Gao Yu also thought of it, and he couldn't help but feel discouraged. However, Gao Yu looked at Gong Sunling, who was a little dispirited, and suddenly gritted her teeth, since it can't be at the same time. I say it's better to double cultivate with your senior sister than to argue with them. These words made Gong Sunling even more ashamed and indignant. She lowered her head and held the small teacup in her hands, as if she was going to wring water out of the teacup. She didn't dare to say anything and just sat there and waited. That also requires the head of the palace to nod his head. Yang Chen smiled bitterly. Gao Yu's sudden change in attitude made him unable to accept it at once. That's right. Gao Yu thought about it and could only helplessly give up this topic. Then you tell me, what will we encounter when we go to the place to practice this time? Speaking of this, although Yang Qin has been confidential, he doesn't mind revealing a little bit here. There is nothing too special. If we are lucky, we can find a pile of thousands of years old elixirs, the magic weapons of the predecessors, or the lost cultivation methods, abundant spiritual veins, and so on. If we are lucky, Gong Sunling, next to this topic, was no longer so embarrassed. She heard some clues from Yang Chen's mouth, and then asked, what if the luck is bad? If the luck is bad, Yang Chen looked up at Shikue and Xie Sha, who had already raised their spirits, and suddenly replied with a smile, then there may only be fierce monsters and powerful puppets. Chapter 455. Blue Vault Mountain is on a huge island. There are not many green mountains and rivers here, and there are not even a few trees. It's hard to believe that there is a Grotto Heaven level Immortals cave here. Yang Qin put away the shuttle, and everyone stood on the island and looked at each other. Although looking at the magnificent sea on the sailboat every day is very broad-minded, but every day for a month, it is still more exciting to set foot on land. However, this excitement was quickly replaced by confusion. Here? Is there a monster? Shikue didn't believe it, and even flew around the island quickly. After returning, he asked Yang Chen with a surprised face. It is true that there are a few high peaks on the island, but there are only a few coconut trees around the island, and there is no water source on the island. It was dusty and there were rocks everywhere. Not to mention the monster, it is difficult to see even a few living things, if the coconut trees near the sea are counted as living things. It is better to have no books than to believe in books. Gao Yu was able to see Yang Qin being defeated once, and she was very happy to put on a look of inculcation and teach Yang Qin. However, her face is so beautiful. Even if it is stiff, it also gives people a feeling of coldness. Yang Qin looked at Gao Yu, suddenly immersed in her style, and didn't want to say a word. Junior brother. Gong Sunling next to him is very helpless and pushed Yang Qin, pushing him out of that state of obsession, and her voice can't help but have some bitterness. Almost everyone can see that Yang Chen's heart is on his master, but everyone has a tacit understanding that no one said it. And Gao Yu seems to have made up her mind to be the master of Yang Chen, and she always stands in the position of the master to consider Yang Chen. Is it possible that the monster is in the sea? Xie Sha is on the beach, frowning and staring at the sea. There are countless monsters in the sea, and everyone has an idea. But he and Shi Kuei are both monsters of the earth attribute. Although the 5 elements restrain the earth and water, it is not so convenient to go to the sea. If everyone knew that there was something good here, wouldn't it have been known long ago? Yang Chen couldn't say much to his master, but he could say to Shi Kuei and Xie Sha, "Do you want to bet?" What are we betting on? Shi Kuei and Xie Sha were really not afraid to bet with Yang Chen. To be honest, they really didn't care about winning or losing. Cultivators and demonic beasts sometimes had very different ideas. "We'll bet on your earnings after you enter," Yang Chen said with a smile. But then he felt that it was a little inappropriate, so he added, "Half of the earnings." All right. Shi Kuei and Xie Sha didn't care at all. Anyway, they got good things. It was Yang Chen who gave them the opportunity. It was not a pity to give half to Yang Chen. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling looked at Yang Chen and the 2 Yuaning stage seniors, but they did not stop them. They also knew that Shi Kuei and Xie Sha didn't care about these things. "Come with me." Yang Chen took the lead and took off with his sword, flying toward the highest of the mountain peaks. Everyone was also unwilling to lag behind and kept up. All the mountain peaks on this island were gathered together to form the Blue Vault Mountain. The original sect of the Blue Vault Mountain has been destroyed for at least tens of thousands of years, and it was normal for no one to know about it. After flying around the mountain, Yang Chen determined the position, then drove the flying sword and slowly flew to the edge of a cliff halfway up the mountain, hovering in the air. Everyone looked at Yang Chen's movements in confusion, but no one spoke and waited quietly. A series of secret techniques were made, and everyone could even see a shining symbol coming out of Yang Chen's hands and submerged into the almost vertical cliff, flashing away. Different symbols with different spiritual power and secret techniques flashed almost thousands of times. When Yang Chen's hand stopped, everyone looked at the opposite cliff like a dream. In the place where it was suspended in the air, there was a transparent and almost invisible portal. Only a few cultivators like them could barely see it at such a close distance. "You go in first. As soon as I go in, the portal will disappear. If you want to come out, you can only open it from the inside," Yang Chen said. "After going in, be careful. Don't walk around for the time being." Everyone gathered together. The sudden appearance of the portal made everyone cautious. Yang Chen reminded them so solemnly that everyone knew what was good and bad. At the moment, several people directly sacrificed their protective magic weapons, and the flying sword was also ready. Then they nodded to Yang Chen. Shi Kuei and Xie Sha went in first. They were masters of the Yuaning stage, and they could resist 1 or 2 troubles. Gao Yu followed. This time she had let go of the fire attribute spiritual power and restored to the master of the Jiedan stage. Finally, it was Gong Sunling, then Yang Chen. The portal seemed to be a 9 zigzag array. After entering, it was a long, dark corridor with twists and turns. Everyone went in and followed what Yang Chen said. No one moved, but carefully looked around. When it came to spiritual awareness, Yang Chen was the most powerful among everyone. Moreover, after the spiritual awareness of the 3 purities secret art was released, the scope of exploration was larger than that of Shi Kuei and Xie Sha in the Yuaning stage. After a careful investigation, Yang Chen was relieved. A small flame was ignited. This was a very small fire attribute array, only emitting a flame the size of a torch, and a small piece of low-grade spirit stone could support it for a long time. This was refined by Gong Sunling herself, which was used in the Immortal Falling Abyss, and now it just came in handy. The fire was ignited so that everyone was more accustomed to it. Yang Chen indicated that everyone was okay, but everyone still carefully moved forward along the tunnel, especially Shi Kuei and Xie Sha, each holding a snake-tooth dagger and a scorpion tail stinger in their hands, as if they were facing an enemy. The tunnel was very clean, and there was no dust because there had been no people for many years. It seemed that there was a dust removal array. It was normal to think about it. Even the special entrance array had lasted for so many years, and the small array inside was really not worth mentioning. This was a place full of spiritual power, so it was normal. However, speaking of the abundance of spiritual power, Yang Chen was a bit strange. It was very ordinary in this tunnel, and he did not notice any rich spiritual power, which was very puzzling. The ancient tunnel was all brick and stone structures, and there were some ruins that no one could recognize. The tunnel could even isolate the exploration of spiritual awareness. After all, it was an ancient immortal's cave that had been sealed for thousands of years. Even if it was Yang Chen, he couldn't help but be careful. Other people walked a little bit along the tunnel, but they didn't have so many thoughts as Yang Chen. Everyone was on guard against possible dangers at any time. Yang Chen said that if they were unlucky, this would be the world of monsters and puppets, and they couldn't help but have 120% of their spirit. There was a sudden light in front, and Yang Chen motioned to Gong Sunling to extinguish the flame. Everyone took a few steps forward and appeared in a huge bright hall. Chapter 456. Everyone exclaimed out loud. This hall was even bigger than the main hall of the Pure Yang Palace. It was more than enough for thousands of disciples to stand in it. The hall was empty, except for the place where they had just come in, which looked like a decorated portal from the hall. There was not even a place to sit in other places. There was no pillar in the entire huge hall, and it was even more empty. There were hundreds of shining spheres at the top of the hall, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. On the other side of the hall, there were 5 glowing portal-like things. There was nothing in other places, except for the neat jade bricks on the floor. There was nothing else. That should be the exit. Yang Chen probably knew something and pointed to the opposite portal. Everyone had no opinion. Following Yang Chen, they carefully came to the front of the row of portals. Then, Gao Yu turned to ask Yang Chen, which door should we go? Before waiting for Yang Chen to answer, Shi Kuei had directly put his hand on the rightmost portal. Yang Chen was shocked, but it was too late. The white light flashed fiercely, and then Shi Kuei's body seemed to be thrown up by a huge force, far away to the other end of the hall. When everyone hurriedly ran over to help Shi Kuei up, Shi Kuei slowly regained his breath. Looking at Yang Chen, who was checking his body in a hurry, he hurriedly shouted, "I'm fine! I'm fine!" Casually throwing a Yuanying stage master so easily, the meaning contained in this was simply desperate. Shi Kuei was just thrown to the side, but there was no internal injury. He quickly stood up and made a few casual movements, and he didn't look sad. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen, waiting for him to solve their doubts. Yang Chen pointed to Shi Kuei with a bitter smile. It was really hard to say anything, so he could only shake his head. The 5 portals are divided by cultivation base. Yang Chen did not let everyone continue to be confused, and explained different cultivation bases can enter different portals. The rightmost one is for masters of the Deshang stage to enter. Everyone came to a sudden realization. If that was the case, then the 5 gates represented the Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and great ascension stage, respectively. Experts could enter the door below, but mediocre people would never be able to enter the door above. Even if they hid in an expert's herb garden or another space, it was impossible. This time, Shi Kuei and Xie Sha did not dare to be reckless. A door easily made them realize that they were not strong here. No one had been to this place before, so everyone unanimously decided to first go to the Qi condensation realm portal to take a look. If there was any accident, these experts could also safely retreat at any time. Sure enough, when he reached the leftmost door this time, There was no obstruction at all. It was as if the outside was empty. Yang Chen retracted his hand and nodded to Shikue and Xiasha. The two of them immediately held their own life source magic weapons and rushed out. Following them were Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling. The scenery in front of them suddenly changed. Suddenly, everyone was suddenly on a huge piece of land. Mountains, rivers, grasslands, forests, everything was there. Everyone was stunned. Sure enough, it was worthy of being a magic weapon of the Grotto Heaven level. It was only the territory of the Qi condensation realm, but it was so big. Yang Chen rose into the air and roughly estimated that it was almost 1,000 miles in radius. The place where they were was the exit of a huge palace. Under their feet was a large-scale palace complex. The entire palace complex was located on a mountain and covered the entire mountain. What was surprising was that it was unexpectedly quiet here, and there was no other sound at all. In the middle of the huge palace complex, the silence made people feel a little weak. Let's see if there is anything worth collecting. Yang Chen suddenly became excited. I said to bring you to make a fortune. Let's see how your luck is. Everyone once again looked at Yang Chen in amazement and saw that he was very serious. They all cheered and were about to leave. Wait. Yang Chen suddenly stopped everyone. This is the place where the disciples of the Qi condensation realm are. If you encounter monsters and puppets, don't kill them if you can. In the future, let the low-level disciples come here to gain experience. Everyone agreed. Yang Chen added a sentence like an old woman. The things are the same. If you can't use them, don't be greedy. Leave some for the younger generation. Good things can be found in a high-level place. Got it. Long-winded. Gao Yu smiled at Yang Chen and said impatiently. Then she directly set up the flying sword and began to circle in the palace complex. Yang Chen was also curious. He slowly walked and approached the nearest palace. After glancing around, he found that this was simply a fully functional sect base. All kinds of halls, various disciples' residences, etc. The division was very detailed. The only thing that felt strange was that there was no one inside, but it was spotless. Soon, Yang Chen found that there was an extremely hidden aperture outside the palace complex. When his spiritual awareness swept over, he almost skipped it. Only the powerful spiritual awareness of the three purities, secret, art, could detect it. After observing for a while, Yang Chen finally determined that this aperture that everyone could not see was simply a boundary. Out of this circle, there was the aura of a monster, and after approaching, the aura of a monster was immediately restrained. In other words, this circle was a safe zone. After discovering this, Yang Chen was quite speechless. This was not just a sect base. It was clear that even the sect base with combat experience was fully equipped. It was simply the most suitable place for the mountain gate. It was completely a Taoist field. After entering here, he felt the abundant spiritual power, which was quite a bit of the flavor of the fierce Sun Courtyard. Although it was not as strong as the fierce Sun Courtyard, this was a place where the disciples of the Qi refining stage were. When he arrived at the site of the Foundation Establishment stage, Jiran stage, and Yuanying stage, who knows if there would be a bigger surprise? Yang Chen, come quickly. Gong Sunling suddenly sent a sound transmission from afar, spreading far away in an empty and silent place. Yang Chen was shocked and hurriedly flew over, but saw Gong Sunling standing in front of a huge palace. There was a long plaque above the entrance of the palace, with 3 big words written in ancient characters, scripture, depository. Seeing that Gong Sunling was fine, Yang Chen was a little relieved, and then he looked into the scripture depository. It didn't look special, but when Yang Chen stepped into the scripture depository, he was stunned. There were hundreds of huge bookshelves with countless jade slips neatly placed on them. This scripture depository was not empty. Chapter 457. Gong Sunling's cry attracted everyone to come here. Looking at this scene, everyone's faces were full of surprise. Everyone understood that no matter what medicinal materials and magic weapons could be found, it was not comparable to the inheritance of a sect. And these densely packed jade slips were the inheritance of the sect. What are you looking at? Put it away. Yang Qin saw that everyone was standing in a daze and hurriedly shouted, reminding everyone what to do who knows what danger there is. Let's put it away first. Everyone woke up like a dream, and hurriedly under the leadership of Yang Qin, they were divided into several directions and began to put the jade slips on these bookshelves into the Qinkuan bag. There was no time to look at it, just put it away first, and then open it later. After being busy for almost half an hour, all these things were put away by everyone. After all this was done, everyone looked at each other and smiled. There must be other levels. Gao Yu suddenly woke up and screamed again, reminding everyone. Everyone didn't say anything and went straight to the door of the hall that they had just come out of. After rushing in, they returned to the hall. Yang Chen pointed directly at Shikuei and Xiexia. You one go to the Yuanying stage, one go to the Jedon stage, and the other go to the Jedon stage. Let's loot everything in the scripture pavilion first. Except for Yang Qin, no one knew if there would be any other changes in this Immortal's cave. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Shikuei and Xiexia didn't say anything and directly rushed into the third and fourth portals. Yang Chen pointed to the second portal and said, Master, senior sister, let's go into this. After that, he took the first step and stepped into the door. The scene changed again. It was a little different from the previous one, but the structure was much the same. The three quickly found the location of the scripture pavilion. Sure enough, as everyone expected, the scripture pavilion of the Foundation establishment stage was also full of jade slips. At this time, no one was polite. First take the things and then talk about other things. After a period of chaos, the scripture pavilion of the Foundation establishment stage was also ransacked by the three people. Back in the original hall, Shikuei and Xiexia had not come out. After all, they were collecting alone, not as fast as Yang Chen and the others, and it would take longer. After waiting for about an hour, Shikuei and Xiexia finally returned to the hall. However, the faces of the two were not very good. What, is there a problem inside? Yang Chen hurriedly asked. I found a gold core stage monster at the foot of the mountain. Shikuei went to the territory of the gold core stage and immediately said, but it did not enter inside. The Yuanying stage is the same, but it is a very powerful puppet. Xiexia also said. Xiexia said. At Xia. Yang Qin already knew this, but it would be more interesting to let others discover it. By now, everyone had reacted and guessed the greatest use of this cave abode. What should I do with these things? Gao Yu stared blankly at the jade slips that almost filled 4 Qinkuan bags and was somewhat at a loss. When they took it, they couldn't wait to take all the things, but when they had to deal with it, they found that there were too many things. Even in a second-rate sect like Chunyang Palace, there were millions of jade slips in the scripture pavilion of the sect, which recorded all kinds of things, cultivation methods, alchemy, refining, arrays, various cultivation experiences, and miscellaneous records in various aspects. Now, this Taoist field was several times the size of the Pyongyang Palace. There were millions of jade slips that were harvested by everyone. How to deal with so many things, obviously, made everyone fall into confusion. Here you go. Shikuei and Xiexia were very happy, and they directly threw the Qinkuan bag with the jade slips to Yang Qin. They were monsters. It didn't make sense to use these human cultivation methods. It was better to give them to Yang Qin. After Yang Qin classified them, if there was something they needed, Yang Chen would not be stingy. At this point, Yang Chen had proved it countless times, so the two of them were not worried at all. With Shikuei and Xiexia as an example, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling looked at each other and suddenly smiled tacitly. They also threw the Qinkuan bag to Yang Qin. Yang Qin, you have to work hard to classify them. If there is something we need, give it to us. Everyone knew in their hearts that it was impossible for them to monopolize such a huge Taoist field. However, it didn't seem reasonable to simply hand it over to the sect. Yang Qin had helped the sect to take down the Sherwan Mountains. If he handed over such a powerful Taoist field to the sect in a short time, it would definitely attract many people's attention. What Yang Qin had done now was shocking enough. If he did this again, it was estimated that even people in the sect would not be able to stand it. One person had enough of everyone's limelight, which was obviously not a good phenomenon. Therefore, this place would be their private Taoist field for a long time. Whoever discovered it was who owned it. This point had long been decided by the sect. These jade slips and things like inheritance were naturally owned by them. However, thinking of the place pointed out by Yang Qin, coupled with Yang Chen's habit of reading books all over the world, these things were the most appropriate to hand over to Yang Qin. Yang Chen brought them over. Of course, if they encountered something suitable, he would not hide it. Otherwise, he would not have told everyone. Everyone knew this in their hearts. After collecting the jade slips, everyone sat in the hall again and discussed what to do next. After discovering that the monster beasts and puppets could not enter a certain circle, everyone's heart was alive. This was simply the most suitable place for actual combat cultivation. It was not easy to come here, and it must not be easily wasted. Presumably, everyone has found that this place is very suitable for everyone to cultivate. Yang Qin gave the answer, "Let's just cultivate here, how about it?" This proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. With the existence of the safety line, it had given enough security for everyone's experience. Shi Kuei and Xia Sha did not hesitate at all, and rushed straight back to the trial gate of the Yuanying stage. Gong Sunling looked at Yang Qin and Gao Yu. She also stood up and said something to Gao Yu and Yang Qin. She entered the trial gate of the Foundation establishment stage, leaving only Yang Qin and Gao Yu in the hall. "Yang Qin, when will you give this to the sect?" Gao Yu thought about it and felt that it was better to ask clearly, so she still faced Yang Qin and asked the question she had wanted to ask for a long time. "When Master becomes a senior member of the Chunying Palace, or before my Chunying Palace is destroyed." Yang Chen gave the answer with a smile. This was Yang Chen's original plan. "Senior member?" Gao Yu shook her head. "Don't think about these illusory things. Yang Qin, in your opinion, which sect is the best for your master's trial?" Chapter 458. Foundation Establishment Stage. Yang Qin said without hesitation, "Qi refining stage is no longer necessary, but it is better to accumulate combat experience from low-level battles. Step by step it is more solid. In addition, sometimes Master can try to not deliberately kill those monsters, but capture them alive. This is more difficult." "Okay, then I will go to the Foundation Establishment Stage." Gao Yu nodded without any objection and asked again, "What about you?" In Gao Yu's mind, it seemed that Yang Chen had never carefully carried out combat experience, and he seemed to know everything. Sometimes Gao Yu could not judge what level Yang Chen was at. "Disciple will also go to the Foundation Establishment Stage." Yang Chen smiled. "But forget about fighting, Disciple will go over there and carefully look at these jade slips." It seemed that she had guessed that Yang Chen was thinking like this, and Gao Yu was not surprised at all. She nodded and said to Yang Chen, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Yang Chen got up and followed Gao Yu into the Foundation Establishment Stage. Gong Sunling's figure had disappeared from his field of vision. Presumably, she had rushed outside. Gao Yu did not say much, found a direction, and flew on her sword. As for Yang Chen himself, he walked around casually, found a place with the strongest spiritual power, put down the black jade futon, and sat directly on it. He began to open the Qinkuan bag and read the newly obtained jade slips one by one. The jade slips were still divided into different colors according to the applicable realm, which was very easy to distinguish. However, the specific content was mixed together, and Yang Chen needed to carefully separate it bit by bit. When it was on the bookshelf, it was so messy. This disappeared sect inherited the consistent tradition of the cultivation world, leaving it to fate. Most of the jade slips weren't categorized into different categories. There were millions of jade slips. Of course, it was impossible for Yang Qin to read them in a short time. So Yang Qin first looked at the cultivation methods inside to see if there was anything that could make his eyes light up. Things from 10,000 years ago might be fundamentally different for what they were now. However, while looking for cultivation techniques, Yang Qin also glanced at the general contents inside and categorized them. He kept them separately according to cultivation techniques, formations, alchemy, refining weapons, cultivation experience, miscellaneous, and so on. Of course, he still started his search from the foundation establishment realm. However, after looking at hundreds of cultivation methods in a row, Yang Qin found that the world of cultivation was indeed constantly developing. The cultivation methods from 10,000 years ago were already somewhat outdated. In some aspects, it could even be said to be in conflict with modern cultivation methods. In the past 10,000 years, many cultivation methods had changed. They involved more meridians and were more extensive. In terms of the efficiency of spirit power absorption, it was impossible to be compared to the past. The cultivation world was also changing with each passing day. It was almost impossible for those who wanted to dominate the world just because they were lucky enough to find an ancient cultivation method. After tens of thousands of years of research by countless experts, the overall level of the cultivation method had been pushed up by at least 2 levels. Up until now, every sect had a hall of experts that specialized in the study of cultivation methods. So much so that in many cases the big sects would even sell some of the sects' outdated cultivation methods to the small sects and rogue cultivators. Of course, such cultivation methods would also flow to other big sects, and there would also be special people to study, eliminate the waste and retain the essence, and absorb the experience of others to enrich their own cultivation methods. This was also the reason why Yang Qin did not care much about the choice of low-level cultivation methods. After this kind of research and exchange, in fact, there was not much difference in the cultivation effect between different cultivation methods. It was just that the cultivation conditions were different. However, high-level cultivation methods were not like this. Usually, after the cultivation of the Yuanying stage and above, in addition to daily homework, most of the improvement of cultivation depended on the grasp of the state of mind and the understanding of certain rules, not just the hard work of cultivation. This was why people with mediocre qualifications, after reaching the Yuanying stage, would quickly pull apart the gap between them and those cultivation geniuses. Originally, it might only be 100 years of cultivation difference, but once they reached the Yuanying stage, it would immediately be a world of difference. Yang Qin looked at these just for reference, not what he wanted to do. Immersed in the process of reading and classifying, time passed unconsciously. Yang Qin did not even feel how much time had passed, but Gaoyu told him that a whole year had passed. During this year, others did not disturb Yang Qin much, and they were all cultivating separately. It had to be said that this kind of battle was the fastest way to grow. When encountering a monster that they couldn't defeat, they would run back and desperately think of ways to improve their strength, wanting to get back at the monster. That kind of feeling was the best way to stimulate their cultivation. During this year, Gong Suanling's temperament had changed greatly. She was no longer the kind of calm cloud and breeze before, but was full of a kind of potential aggression, which made people feel that she was not easy to deal with at first glance. In the past, most of the people in Chunyang Palace followed the creed of a man does not fight, so no one can fight with him. It could be said to be neutral and peaceful, the best way to nurture one's qi. However, this was also very easy to leave the disciples with the idea of standing aloof from the world. Although their state of mind was improved very quickly, when they really faced heaven's retribution, they lacked a kind of ruthlessness and determination. Many people died because of this, including Gong Sunling in the previous life. Now it seemed that Gong Sunling had no such possibility at all. This was a welcome change. In fact, since the high level began to conspire to take down the Sherwan Mountains, this concept began to slowly change. From not fighting to fighting, they began to fight. If it weren't for Yang Chen stopping reading without distractions, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling would not have come to disturb him. It was because Yang Chen himself withdrew from this state that the two women discovered it and came to his side at the first time. The reason why he did not continue was that Yang Chen found something that surprised him. Among the millions of jade slips, Yang Chen found the ninth water true secret art in the Great Yin and Yang Five Elements secret art that he could not find. This was mixed in the Yuanying stage cultivation method, and it was also annotated that it was difficult to cultivate. It may be that people at that time did not know that the ninth water true secret art needed to be combined with the ninth water true essence to be truly cultivated. It was an unexpected surprise. Although this was a ninth water true secret art from 10,000 years ago, which of the Great Yin and Yang Five Elements secret art passed down by those old guys had not experienced tens of thousands of years. This most primitive cultivation method had almost no room for improvement for a long time. With this ninth water true secret art, Yang Chen's Great Yin and Yang Five Elements secret art had already collected 8 kinds, and only 2 kinds had not been found. Chapter 459. Yang Chen did not expect that the Blue Vault Mountains Immortal's cave would bring him such a surprise. It was a bit unexpected. It seems that it is necessary to go to all the places where the immortals in his memory left in the mortal world. Maybe there are similar surprises. When Yang Chen was in the mortal world in his previous life, he had no chance to come into contact with such advanced things. At most, he only heard that there were some good things that caused countless sects to compete. Among them, there were some Yin-Yang Five Elements true essence, such as the 5th Earth true essence of the Barren Valley. The Great Yin and Yang Five Elements secret art. Now there are still 2 kinds that have not been collected. One is the 3rd Fire true secret art. The other is the 6th Earth true secret art. There is already hope of completion. Although the remaining 2 kinds of Yang Chen's memory do not know where they are. But Yang Chen believes that finding these 2 kinds will never be more difficult than his own rebirth. Now it is necessary to quickly impact his own strength. The realm of the foundation stage, in the face of this level of cultivation method, is really not enough. Although Yang Chen himself has cultivated the 5th Earth True Secret Art and the 7th Metal True Secret Art, it is under the chance coincidence. And the key is that the absorption of the 5th Earth True Essence and the 7th Metal True Essence is in a safe environment. As far as Yang Chen knows, the other Yin-Yang 5 Elements True Essence that he knows are basically in very dangerous places. With the current strength of Yang Chen, there is no way to go. What good things did you find? Although Gao Yu and Gong Sunling seemed to have experienced some vicissitudes of life after the battle, but the joy on their faces was not concealed in front of him, Yang Chen couldn't help but ask, "It's not a good thing, just a few monsters." Gong Sunling replied with a smile, and Gao Yu next to her also nodded. "Monsters are worthy of you being so happy." Yang Chen would not believe the words of the 2 women. It was just a monster. It was not worth it. His heart moved, and he immediately guessed something. He smiled and asked, "Senior sister, did you find some strange formations?" "I know I can't hide it from you." The smile on Gong Sunling's face turned into a complaint. "Don't you know how to play dumb? Guess what kind of formation it is." Yang Chen stared at Gong Sunling for a while, making Gong Sunling feel uncomfortable all over. Her face couldn't help but turn half red before she smiled and said, "Actually, the most worth studying here is the graded formation and the safety line formation in the hall. As for the others, there isn't much worth looking at." "Senior sister, did I guess correctly?" This time, even Gao Yu was a little stunned, and suddenly said, "Then what did you say I found? Master must have discovered some unique refining method, right?" Yang Chen thought of a direction in the blink of an eye. Or maybe he picked up some fragments of magic treasures that can be used as a reference. Gao Yu's face also showed a look of surprise. She looked at Yang Chen and said with some reluctance, If I didn't watch you cultivate to where you are now, I would really think you are a monster. If that's the case, there are a few pieces of jade slips here that are worth looking at. Yang Chen directly found a few pieces from the jade slips he had read and gave them to the two. However, the idea is worth referring to, but the refining method and the formation method are not worth looking at. This was deliberately left by Yang Chen for them. Of course, there were more advanced ones, but now it was not suitable for them to see. Moreover, Yang Chen did not think that those outdated things were worth the effort of his master and senior sister. The key was to absorb the creativity, not the method. The two women took it as if they had found a treasure. It couldn't be helped that Yang Chen's guess was really right. Gong Sunling felt strange about the formation of the safe zone and the graded formation. Not to mention, it could keep the monster of the Yuanying stage out, and it could easily bounce Shikue and Xiesha. That formation was an excellent protective formation. As for Gao Yu, in some of the magic weapon fragments she occasionally saw, she also found a very strange refining idea, which was completely different from the current mainstream refining method. She was originally a fire cultivator and liked to refine. After discovering it, she immediately became interested. However, the two women did not spend too much time on this. Yang Chen was sorting so many jade slips. There must be something recorded in them. Sure enough, just mentioning it, Yang Chen found it. Yang Chen made it clear that these could refer to the creativity of the predecessors, but they could not learn their techniques. Both women also understood that in the past 10,000 years, various cultivation methods have made great progress, and naturally they would not neglect the essentials. In this Immortal's cave, the most important thing was to carry out the kind of combat experience, even the experience of facing life and death. After the two women got the jade slip, they did not immediately study it, but took a break and went out again to continue fighting. No one would ask Yang Chen why he didn't need to participate in this kind of experience. The two women seemed to understand that Yang Chen didn't need this. Yang Chen watched the back of the two women disappear. He stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. Looking at the layers of palaces, he suddenly felt relaxed. If his life was spent like this, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing? Unfortunately, this was just a small wish. The road of cultivation was not so peaceful. Even if he stood aloof from the world, there was still a heavenly tribulation coming, and Yang Chen couldn't be so relaxed. After some activities, Yang Chen sat down again and began to continue his exploration process among the millions of jade slips. With the previous 9th water true secret art, Yang Chen believed that there would be similar treasures hidden in these millions of jade slips, waiting for his discovery. Of course, even in this process, Yang Chen did not forget to cultivate. The third layer of the 3 purities secret art has almost never stopped and has been running constantly so that Yang Chen can always keep clear mind and exuberant energy. Every time he looked at hundreds of jade slips, Yang Chen would stop and practice a cycle of yin and yang 5 elements secret art. Cultivation was not a matter of epiphany overnight, but it took a long time to persist. In this regard, whether it was Yang Chen or Gao Yu Gong Sunling or Shikue and Xiesha, they have never slacked off. Hard work pays off. When Yang Chen sat here again for almost half a year, he finally found a cultivation method that made Yang Chen very surprised in a large pile of jade slips. This cultivation method was said to be an accident, because this was for some handymen of the heavenly court to cultivate. It should not appear in the mortal world at all. It was possible to come into contact with the cultivation method of the heavenly court after the body went to the immortal world and joined the heavenly court. This cultivation method was called Yellow Turban Strongman Body Refining Technique. Chapter 460. The Yellow Turban Strongman was the handyman of the heavenly court. It was generally prepared for those who were not strong enough to do odd jobs. Of course, the premise was that there must be the potential to practice this technique, the body must be strong, and the strength must be enough. The premise of practicing this technique was that there must be at least 1,000 caddies of strength. This was not the power after the operation, but the pure, physical strength. A jun was equivalent to 30 jin. The strength of 1,000 caddies was to have the strength of 30,000 jin. It was almost impossible to achieve this kind of power with the body alone. However, before the yellow turban strongman began to practice this body refining technique, he still needed to practice a lot of auxiliary techniques to reach this standard. And then he could really start to practice the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. In the minds of ordinary people, the yellow turban strongman was just a handyman like carrying heavy objects. In fact, this was indeed the case. The yellow turban strongman was only powerful, but his combat effectiveness was not strong. In the heavenly court, he could only be this kind of low-level hard labor. However, the yellow turban strongman was not just this. When the strength was large to a certain extent, it could show a kind of terrifying strength that was not even inferior to the great magical power. For example, the two sons of Kwa in the foolish old man moving the mountains could carry Taiheng Mountain and Wangwu Mountain and put them elsewhere at will. That was almost comparable to the magical power of moving the mountains and the sea. When the power reached the extreme, it was also a very terrifying thing. However, unless there was no other way out, no one would practice this technique. But for Yang Chen, this yellow turban strongman body refining technique was a benefit that fell from the sky. The surprise brought to him by the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave was not only a complete Taoist field and ninth water true secret art, but now there was a yellow turban strongman body refining technique. In the mortal world, it was almost impossible for others to reach the level of physical strength of 1,000 caddies. But Yang Chen was different. The body nourished by the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals was already excellent to the point that it could not be better. In addition, Yang Chen did not cultivate at the beginning, but carried out physical exercise. When he first joined the Chunying Palace, his physical condition was already very good. At that time, Yang Chen single-handedly took Shinda's iron rod strengthened with 15 caddies talismans. Although 15 caddies talismans could not really reach the strength of 15 caddies talismans, but the iron rod strengthened by 7 or 8 15 caddies talismans was at least about 10,000 jin. Even Shenda, because he was the owner of the rune weapon, he was not affected by the 15 caddies talismans, so he could not pick it up at all. At that time, Yang Chen had just entered the Qi refining stage, but now Yang Chen had already built the foundation of the 10 spirit powers. His body had been further nourished by the spirit power of heaven and earth, and had already reached a higher level. Although Yang Chen had not simply tempered his body for a long time, the foundation of the body was there, and it would never disappear. Yang Chen did not try whether he had the power of 1,000 jin, but since he had such a powerful cultivation method, wouldn't it be unfair to himself if he didn't cultivate it? Think about it. When Yang Chen holds the immortal beheading blade that is possessed by Yazi and his spiritual awareness and physical body are waved at the same time, who can resist? The physical strength that could move the mountains and the sea, coupled with the spiritual awareness condensed by the 3 purities secret art, coupled with Yazi's immortal beheading blade's characteristics of destroying evil, breaking weapons, and cutting everything, any opponent in front of Yang Chen could not escape the fate of being cut in half. The cultivation method used by low-level handymen can't be put on the table. Yang Chen would not have such an idea at all. In Yang Chen's heart, there was no distinction between noble power or humble power, only the most correct power. However, the requirements for practicing the yellow turban strongman body refining technique were very strict. If one could not reach the strength of 15 caddies, the body could not withstand the strong pressure brought by the cultivation, and the body would crack and die directly. Yang Chen could only test it first to see if he had the strength of 15 caddies. Otherwise, it would not be such a fun thing to crack and die while practicing. There were things to test here. Yang Chen casually found a lot of stones and roughly calculated that there should be more than 30,000 jin in weight. These stones were simply refined into a stone pillar with a handle. Not at ease, he added about 1,000 gene of stones to fuse together and then began the test. For a long time, he had not simply used his physical strength. Yang Chen first practiced the body refining boxing technique before practicing it. After moving his body, he grabbed the 2 steel handles, squatted down, and began to exert his strength. After a slight shake, the huge stone pillar began to slowly leave the ground. Under the outbreak of Yang Chen's whole body strength, it was lifted high above the head by Yang Chen. Boom! The huge stone pillar, which was almost 3 times the height of Yang Chen, was directly thrown to the ground by Yang Chen. The weight of almost 35,000 jin. Although Yang Chen was not so easy, he did not try his best to lift it. This fully shows that Yang Chen's body already has the basic conditions to practice the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and he can practice this cultivation method that purely enhances physical strength and strength. When Gao Yu and Gong Sunling discovered the strangeness of Yang Chen, Yang Chen was sitting there and practicing this yellow turban strongman body refining technique. The reason why he showed strangeness was that Yang Chen's body seemed to suddenly begin to inflate from the inside. From time to time, there was a bulge here and a ridge there. There seemed to be a monster under the body that was constantly arching outward. It was very strange. The 2 women were a little surprised, but no one dared to move Yang Chen. Yang Chen's expression still looked very serene. This must be a strange cultivation method that Yang Chen found here. However, didn't Yang Chen ask them to only refer to creativity and ideas and not to refer to the cultivation method? How could Yang Chen cultivate the cultivation method here? The changes in Yang Chen's body are still continuing. Every muscle in his body seems to be being strongly hammered and condensed. Every muscle is condensing more powerful than before. During the cultivation, Yang Chen did not find that his body seemed to have begun to become strong in a short period of time. The muscles were faintly bulging all over the body. When all the muscle changes stopped, Yang Chen finally completed the first cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. After finishing, Yang Chen instantly noticed the existence of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. What's wrong? It took Yang Chen half a month to practice this body refining technique for the first time. However, Yang Chen did not feel that the 2 women needed to be surprised. It's just that the expressions on the faces of his master and senior sister standing in front of him did not look calm. Why is this? Chapter 461. After speaking, Yang Chen couldn't help but look down at his body, but he was stunned. He didn't know when the robe on his body had become smaller. Although it wasn't tight on his body, it still looked very comical. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he suddenly understood everything. In this short period of practicing the yellow turban strongman body refining technique for more than 10 days, Yang Chen's figure had grown taller again, and his figure was no longer as well proportioned as before, but he had become a muscular man. For cultivators, especially those who had reached the foundation establishment stage, when the spiritual power of heaven and earth entered the body, it would automatically transform the body. Under normal circumstances, it was rare to have strong muscles. In most cases, it was a well-proportioned body, whether it was strength or coordination. It had a very good effect. But now, Yang Chen had become an inflated muscle man. His whole body was full of explosive muscles, and at first glance he was a person full of power. However, such a body shape could not increase much advantage in the battle between cultivators, and few people would be willing to make themselves look like this. Only some unique physique cultivators would have such a body shape. What happened to Yang Chen? How did he suddenly become like this? Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were both puzzled. As soon as he stood up, Yang Chen found that he was originally taller than the 2 women, and now he was a lot taller, and he needed to lower his head to look at them. Looking at his own robe that had become obviously short, Yang Chen shook his head with a wry smile and explained, "I came across a good cultivation method. I tried it, and it became like this." Not far from him was the huge stone pillar, and the two women could see what it was for. Looking at the funny appearance of Yang Chen wearing such an unsuitable robe, the two women couldn't help but laugh and open their mouths. They were not worried at all that Yang Chen would practice any inappropriate cultivation method that would lead to problems in cultivation. In this regard, Yang Chen's experience and insight could close his eyes and leave them 10 streets away. But looking at Yang Chen's rare embarrassment, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Yang Chen knew that his appearance was comical, so he ignored the expressions of the two and walked directly to the side of the large stone pillar. Before he could bend down and try, Gong Sunling had already taken a step forward and shouted, "Let me try!" Stepping aside, Yang Chen did not argue with Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling walked over and grabbed the two metal handles made by Yang Chen with both hands. She channeled her qi and used her spiritual power. The huge stone pillar was slowly picked up by Gong Sunling from the ground and lifted over her head. A slender woman was holding up a stone pillar that was nearly 30 feet long and several times thicker than her waist. If an ordinary person were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked. But here, in the eyes of Yang Chen and Gao Yu, there was nothing surprising. If a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator couldn't even lift the weight of 1,000 caddies, then they were really too weak. Yang Chen, what's the use of cultivating this? Gong Sunling easily put the stone pillar back on the ground. Her face was not red and she was not out of breath. She was very relaxed. It's not very difficult to do. I saw this cultivation method and felt that I could cultivate it, so I just wanted to try it. Yang Chen did not explain in detail. Some things could not be explained clearly, and they would not know how powerful this cultivation method that could only be cultivated in the heavenly court was. He could only use such a perfunctory sentence. In addition, although it's not difficult, it's not that easy. Yang Chen added again, took a few steps forward, and walked to the side of the stone pillar. He lightly kicked a corner of the stone pillar with the tip of his foot. The big stone pillar seemed to be suddenly hit by a huge force and flew up high with a loud bang. When it fell with a heavy momentum, Yang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed a metal handle in midair. He grabbed the huge stone pillar out of thin air and suspended it in the air. All the weight was under the control of one arm of Yang Chen. Holding this metal handle, Yang Chen easily swung the big stone pillar. In the terrifying whistling sound of the wind, the big stone pillar was like an eyebrow staff in Yang Chen's hand. He actually danced a set of staff techniques. However, whether it was smashing down or sweeping horizontally, it did not touch anything. It only smashed and swept in the air. After performing a set of staff techniques, Yang Chen gently pulled a flower and lightly erected the big stone pillar beside him. It was not a speck of dust. The huge stone pillar was like a piece of paper in his hands. Gong Sunling looked at Yang Chen's set of movements and couldn't help but laugh again, even laughing so hard that she couldn't even straighten her waist. Although Gao Yu next to her was not as exaggerated as Gong Sunling, she still covered her mouth and her shoulders were shaking. It was really that Yang Chen's clothes and body shape were too unsuitable. No matter how handsome Yang Chen's movements were, it was like playing a monkey show. It does look like he is a little stronger. Finally, the two women stopped laughing, and Gong Sunling still said with a smile, "But it's not as difficult as you said, right?" "Shaoling, Yang Chen, we can't do it." Gao Yu next to her no longer laughed, and pointed to Gong Sunling and said, "When he did this, he did not use his power." After all, she was in the realm of the Jedon stage, and her eyesight and judgment were much higher than that of Gong Sunling. At a glance, she could see the power of Yang Chen. Gong Sunling was also a smart person. She immediately realized what this meant. She was stunned for a while and could no longer laugh. He could swing a huge stone pillar that weighed more than 1,000 caddies by relying on his body alone. How terrifying would it be if he used his power? They had long heard that Yang Chen's strength was amazing. Before he started cultivating, he was able to knock Sun Haijing out with 1,000 caddies talisman. The two women did not expect that Yang Chen's pure physical strength would be strong to this point. For a time, even Gao Yu began to be shocked. That was a huge stone pillar that weighed nearly 35,000 caddies. In the hands of Yang Qin, it was as light as nothing. It was so easy to play with one hand. How powerful was Yang Chen's strength now? The two women could hardly imagine it. Was he still a human being? Yang Chen was now feeling indescribably happy. It was only the first time he cultivated, and his physical strength had increased nearly 5 times, close to the terrifying strength of 200,000 caddies. If he continued to cultivate in this way, relying on his body alone, Yang Chen would be able to withstand the golden seal that was smashed by the guy who used the golden seal. What's more, this yellow turban strongman body refining technique was not only to increase the physical strength, but also to refine the body. Even the strength of the whole body has been greatly improved. From the inside to the outside, from the bone marrow to the skin, it has undergone a complex strengthening. The structure of the body is getting stronger and stronger, and even the protective power has increased several times. Chapter 462. The bones were the backbone of the body. If the body wanted to withstand the huge force of 200,000 jin, then the bones must be able to withstand more pressure than this. The same was true for muscles. Yang Qin knew that this was far from the end. This was just the result of the first cultivation. In the long run, the structure of the body would become stronger and stronger. Even in the future, without relying on protective magic weapons, the physical strength alone could block most of the attacks of magic weapons. The only shortcoming of the yellow turban strongman was speed, but in this aspect, Yang Chen would never be lacking. Those strongmen did not have the qualifications to practice other cultivation methods, but now Yang Qin did not have such a problem at all. Moreover, Yang Qin knew that the yellow turban strongman's cultivation method, when cultivated to the extreme, the body would also undergo tremendous changes. It would never maintain the current strongman body shape, and it would eventually tend to the well-proportioned elegance of the cultivators. But the strength of the strength would not change at all. After ascending to the heavenly court, it was unlikely that there would be too many opportunities to change the body shape unless the cultivation base reached the level of great principal golden immortal. Few people among the yellow turban strongmen could reach this level, so they had always been so strong. Yang Chen began to cultivate from the mortal world, and there were still 2 opportunities to ascend. Changing the body shape was only a matter of whether he was willing or not. Moreover, after ascending to the immortal world, there was a pure physical strength to practice this cultivation method, and Yang Chen started to cultivate at the age of a few decades, who was higher and who was lower. Even a fool could distinguish it. However, for a long time, Yang Chen could only maintain this body shape. At least until Yang Chen's yellow turban strongman body refining technique reached the great accomplishment realm. There would be changes. In this regard, Yang Chen did not care whether the cultivators were powerful or not. What did it have to do with their body shape? The current set of clothes was really unbearable. Every time they looked at it, the 2 women wanted to laugh. After Gao Yu and Gong Sunling laughed enough, they no longer went out to practice. Instead, they opened their chinquan bags and began to rummage through a pile of demon beasts' corpses. They peeled off their fur and began to cut clothes for Yang Qin. Yang Qin had never thought that one day he would leisurely cook tea for his master and senior sister, watching them sew clothes for him using their slender hands to refine pills, forge weapons, and control the flying sword array. This warm feeling could even be compared with the moment when he got the bright ray sword. Neither of the 2 women was skillful, but they finally used the technique of controlling the flying sword to control the sewing needle. Coupled with Gao Yu's excellent level in refining, it took less than 2 days for the 2 women to complete a set of leather clothes and trousers made of demon beast skin. Not only was it sewn, but it was also simply refined by Gao Yu. However, it was only for Yang Chen's temporary use, and it didn't take too much thought. Even so, Yang Chen also happily rushed into the empty hall with the clothes and trousers and began to try them on. This time, The clothes and trousers were made according to the current body shape of Yangchen. After putting it on, it was very fitting, especially when he thought that this was sewn by his master and senior sister in front of him. There was another strange, comfortable feeling when he wore it. From the hall, he came to the front of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Although the two women had already designed the style when they sewed, when they saw Yangchen wearing it, their eyes still lit up. Gao Yu was based on Yangchen's current strong body shape and specially designed a set of leather clothes and trousers with a strong style for him. Yangchen wore it on his body, with the now bulging muscles. It was simply a living, wild statue. The sense of power brought by the swollen muscles, and at the same time, the strong aura released by Yangchen was simply intoxicating. Gong Sunling was the first to blush. This clothes did not cover the whole body, and the shoulders and arms were exposed. There was more of a wildness. Even Gao Yu's face was red, and her eyes flickered a few times before she dared to return to Yangchen. "Thank you, master. Thank you, senior sister." Yangchen thanked the two women, and then very smugly puffed out his chest and said, "Master, senior sister's craftsmanship is really good. How do you look?" At first glance, it's a bodyguard. Gong Sunling joked with a smile, and Gao Yu also chuckled. This smile, on the contrary, did not have the embarrassment just now. "Well, master and senior sister's Immortal's cave will belong to me in the future." Yangchen also joked, causing a burst of laughter. Next, Yangchen asked about the results of the two women's experience and their future plans. Gong Sunling didn't care, and it was okay to keep practicing here. But Gao Yu knew that it was not okay. After a while, we have to go back to the sect. Gao Yu was the oldest among the three, and her words also had weight. Now Yangchen is an important disciple of the sect, and he can't disappear for a long time for no reason. At least, we have to let the sect know that you are safe and sound. Otherwise, it will cause big trouble. Everyone knew the importance of Yangchen in Chunyang Palace now. It didn't matter if he came out to practice for a year or two, but to stay outside for a long time was absolutely unacceptable to the sect. Gao, you knew this, and so did Yangchen. Then you take the time to practice for another half a year. After half a year, we will return to the sect. Yangchen also nodded and agreed with Gao Yu's opinion. At the moment, the two women did not waste time. Once again, they stepped out of the safe zone and once again began to fight against the monsters and puppets. Yangchen was still immersed in the process of reading the jade slips. Shi Kuei and Xia Sha would come over every once in a while, and Yangchen would inform them at that time. This trip had been out for 2 years. He didn't know how the operation of the Sherwan Mountains was, and it was time to go back and see. Almost 5 months later, there was less than a month left from the appointment with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Yangchen was reading the jade slips when he suddenly found some strange changes in the medicine garden of the pure bottle. The spiritual power in this Immortal's cave was abundant. Yangchen had already filled the spiritual power in the pure bottle, and the pure bottle could absorb it at any time, and it had always maintained a state of abundant spiritual power. But at this moment, Yangchen found that the spiritual power in the pure bottle was declining rapidly. After a while, it had consumed nearly a quarter of the spiritual power, and this process was still continuing. Under the great shock, Yangchen hurriedly controlled the pure bottle and began to absorb the spiritual power madly. At the same time, his spiritual awareness explored the pure bottle and began to explore what had happened that would cause such a change. As soon as the spiritual awareness explored the pure bottle, it encountered a huge spiritual resistance, and even Yangchen's spiritual awareness could not go further. The source of the resistance seemed to appear on the side of his bright ray sword and blood phantom vine sword. There should be his own spiritual pet, Yazi. Chapter 463. Before feeding Xiao Tian the blood essence of the howling celestial dog, Yangchen and Xiao Tian had completed the master-slave relationship between the spiritual pet and the master. The array had already taken effect in Yangchen and Xiao Tian. This kind of master-slave array Not to mention Xiao Tian was just a Yazi. Even if it was a real dragon, it could not be changed. For the last time, Yang Chen fed Xiao Tian the remaining half of the blood essence of the howling celestial dog directly. The previous continuous feeding of a few spoonfuls had made Xiao Tian completely adapt, and his figure had begun to change into a dragon body. After this feeding, the final result would also come out. Whether the blood of Xiao Tian Yazi was completely stimulated, or only a part of it could be stimulated, it depended on when Xiao Tian woke up this time. The movement of the spiritual power in the bottle, and the focus was concentrated on the place where Xiao Tian formed a blood cocoon. There was no need to ask. It must be the final stimulation process to be completed. However, Yang Chen did not expect that Xiao Tian needed such a huge amount of spiritual power to complete the blood stimulation. It was just such a short time. The spiritual power in the bottle had been consumed from a quarter to half, and the speed of the spiritual power decline was almost comparable to directly falling out. Under the great shock, Yang Chen immediately found an exit of the earth vein, put the bottle directly on it, urged the bottle, and began to madly absorb the spiritual power of the earth vein. After the refining of the bottle by Yang Chen, it was easier for Yang Chen to control it. Of course, fortunately, there were sufficient spiritual veins in this immortal's cave. Otherwise, Yang Chen didn't even know if his own medicine garden's bottle could provide enough spiritual power. The bottle madly extracted the spiritual power, indicating that the remaining blue liquid in the bottle began to slowly rise. After all, this was a large immortal's cave, the abundance of spiritual power. Even the mountain gate of Chunying Palace could not compare. Naturally, it would not be unable to satisfy a pure bottle medicine garden. Even so, Yang Chen maintained this state for a full day and night. Such a huge spiritual power, all concentrated in the area of Xiao Tian, and then disappeared. Yang Chen's divine sense was temporarily unable to penetrate the spiritual power circle, so he didn't know what was happening inside. In order to avoid the lack of spiritual power supply leading to the change of Xiao Tian halfway, Yang Chen almost wholeheartedly controlled the absorption of the spirit power in the bottle. As long as the spirit power in the bottle was less than 90%, Yang Chen would quickly absorb it. Who knew if this change would suddenly increase the need for spiritual power after a period of time? Needless to say, Yang Chen's caution was necessary. After this day and night, the blood cocoon's absorption of spiritual power accelerated again. If it weren't for Yang Chen's control of the pure bottle's spiritual power to be higher than 90%, there might have been an accident where the spiritual power supply was suddenly cut off. At that moment, the absorption of spiritual power in a split second actually exceeded 80% of the spiritual power in the medicine garden's purified bottle. Under the great shock of Yang Chen, he almost desperately controlled the purified bottle and began to absorb the spiritual power crazily. This was the case where the spiritual power in the purified bottle was almost bottomed out, and the dangerous spiritual power was replenished again. Fortunately, this sudden absorption of spiritual power would only happen once in a while and not continuously. Even so, Yang Chen almost broke out in a cold sweat, controlling the purified bottle of the medicine garden and accelerating the speed of absorption. This kind of situation would happen every 2 hours. After Yang Chen mastered the law, he also dealt with it more carefully. He always kept the purified bottle's spiritual power in a full state. As long as there was a little spiritual power loss, it would be immediately replenished. In order to ensure that the spiritual power was sufficient, Yang Chen even used the control of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave and moved the spiritual veins in several other areas to his side. The spiritual power provided by several spiritual veins gathered together could make people go crazy. However, the more this was the case, the more happy Yang Chen's heart was. The more spiritual power absorbed, the more spiritual power needed to stimulate Xiao Tian's bloodline, which also meant that the effect of Xiao Tian's bloodline stimulation was more complete. The complete Yazi bloodline, thinking about it, could make Yang Chen wake up from the most fearful nightmare. With such a mood, although the work of controlling the purified bottle to absorb spiritual power was boring, and he couldn't be distracted to cultivate, but Yang Chen was willing to endure it, and he wished that such a life would be as long as possible. It was the day of the appointment with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, and even Shi Kuei and Xia Sha had come here. Yang Chen was not in the same place, and the four people quickly found Yang Chen's location, but they were shocked by Yang Chen's gesture, and at the same time they were also shocked by the spiritual power of the 5 spiritual veins around Yang Chen. Yang Chen asked everyone to wait, and no one had any superfluous words. It just so happened that the spiritual power here was abundant, so everyone simply sat around Yang Chen and began to cultivate. However, the 4 of them, including the 2 Yuaning stage monsters, the spiritual power absorbed in a day was not even as much as the spiritual power of the purified bottle was absorbed in a short period of time. The place where spiritual awareness could not be detected was still so big. Yang Chen was a little worried about whether the Bright Ray Sword and the Blood Demon Vine Sword would be damaged. The Bright Ray Sword was a precious gift from his master. Yang Chen would rather the Blood Demon Vine Flying Sword be damaged than let the Bright Ray Sword have an accident. Fortunately, Xiao Tian has always liked the more advanced flying sword. The Blood Demon Vine Flying Sword was more advanced than the Bright Ray Sword, which was beyond doubt. He hoped that it could maintain this hobby in the process of stimulating its bloodline. Otherwise, Yang Chen really didn't know how he should face the situation of losing the Bright Ray Sword. After a full month, the process of the blood cocoon absorbing spiritual power stopped. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could finally explore that area, but it could only explore the blood cocoon that wrapped Xiao Tian. What was the situation inside the blood cocoon? Yang Chen still couldn't know. Fortunately, the Bright Ray Sword and the Blood Demon Vine Sword were intact. Not only that, but even the 2 swords had some changes. It seemed that they had been washed by a lot of spiritual power, and there was a vague posture of removing impurities. Yang Chen even had some doubts. Was Xiao Tian crazy to absorb spiritual power through these 2 swords? He didn't know what was going on inside the blood cocoon, but he could see the changes in the blood cocoon itself. The originally soft blood cocoon had now become a hard shell. There were some faint sounds coming from inside, but they couldn't hear it clearly from outside. This movement lasted for almost a month, and the blood cocoon finally calmed down. Immediately, a crack suddenly appeared on the thick, blood-colored hard shell. During this time, Yang Chen had been staying in the same place with everyone, and he did not dare to relax the monitoring of the blood cocoon. After discovering this change, he was surprised again. This was Xiao Tian finally completing all the bloodline stimulation and was about to show his true body. He just didn't know if this time it was a complete Yazi or an incomplete Yazi. Chapter 464. The blood cocoon finally cracked completely, and a small head popped out first. The familiar face, the familiar head, or the original head of Xiao Tian. Next, a long body swam out of the blood cocoon, winding, suspended in the air of the medicine garden. After Yang Chen's spiritual awareness explored it, his pupils shrank rapidly. Yazi, the head of a jackal, and the body of a dragon, sure enough. That long body was clearly that of a complete dragon. Neat and beautiful scales. There were 4 dragon claws on the body. Each dragon claw was 5 claws. The complete blood of Yazi has been completely stimulated. At the moment of seeing this complete dragon body, Yang Chen knew where the huge spiritual power went. Just to make the original body of Xiao Tian become the current appearance, the spiritual power needed was an incredible amount of spiritual power. As soon as Xiao Tian climbed out of the blood cocoon, he couldn't wait to bite the blood cocoon and swallow the fragments, one by one. Then, as before, he was very comfortable to wrap his body around the Bright Ray Sword and held the Blood Demon Vine Sword in his mouth. Yang Chen thought that Xiao Tian was going to rest, but suddenly Xiao Tian seemed to find something. He let go of the Bright Ray Sword, let go of the Blood Demon Vine Sword, and flew in a certain direction. When it flew up, it almost instantly touched the edge of the medicine garden. Because of the medicine garden, it could not come out. The long body was twisting in that direction. It seemed to be very anxious. When Yang Chen's spiritual awareness explored, he immediately found that in the direction outside, it was Shikue and Xiesha. Yang Chen has already made a move, and naturally everyone was awakened, and they all looked at Yang Chen in doubt. "What good things did you get over there?" Yang Chen suddenly asked. He was not polite at all. There was not the slightest attitude of the younger generation of the sect to the elders of the sect. Nothing. Shikue and Xiesha answered almost at the same time. They didn't care about Yang Chen's attitude at all. Then it was Shikue's turn to speak. "We have fought a lot with those big guys. They are very envious that we can transform into human form. After a few more fights, let old man Goe clean them up. Maybe we can pull some experts into the Hall of Eccentrics." Demonic beasts at the nascent soul stage all had great intelligence. There was no doubt about this. Shikue and Xiesha now knew that because of their race, their starting point in the sect was always lower. Therefore, they knew that they should find some companions for themselves. Presumably, with Shikue and Xiesha's personal experience, plus the transformation skill, maybe they can really pull a few more Yuaning demon beasts for Chunyang Palace. However, this was all in the future. Right now, Yang Chen was interested in what they got from there. Xiesha had already begun to shake the Qingquan bag, and the things inside fell out in a pile. At a glance, there were actually more than 10 fragments of high-level puppets. This was not a living puppet like Wan Qian, but a high-level magic weapon that was refined and assembled with various materials, and then connected with a formation, using spirit stones or spirit-gathering formations to provide power. Could it be that Xiao Tian wanted this? Yang Chen was directly close to the 2 large fragments, but Xiao Tian in the bottle was still wandering around. It seemed that this was not what he wanted. Xiao Tian was not suitable to appear in front of everyone now. Yang Chen couldn't get it out and let it choose by itself. He could only look for it from the pile of things by himself. All kinds of beast bones, fur, and teeth. They were the bones left by the Yuaning stage monsters that had been dead for many years. If they were placed outside, it would definitely be a good thing for people to fight for. But for Yang Chen and Xiao Tian, it was almost useless waste, and they were not interested at all. However, these things directly made Gao Yu and Gong Sunling obsessed. The 2 women rushed up almost regardless of their image and began to look at the bones of the monsters. After searching for a while, Yang Chen finally got a piece of flying sword fragment. Xiao Tian stopped twisting and waited for Yang Chen to throw the fragment in. After determining that what Xiao Tian wanted was these flying sword fragments, Yang Chen said nothing and began to look for all kinds of flying sword fragments frantically. He didn't know what happened to the original sect here. Shikue and Xiesha found hundreds of similar fragments. Yang Chen threw dozens of pieces into the medicine garden and then collected the rest. He took a piece in his hand and began to look at it carefully. A very old refining technique. He didn't know how many years it has been eliminated. This was the first impression of Yang Chen. Then his spiritual awareness explored and shrouded the entire fragment. In his sea of consciousness, the enlarged picture of the fragment immediately appeared. By the standards of that time, the refining was good. But now, in Yang Chen's view, there were still many areas for improvement. This was the inevitability of the development of the times, and the refining technique was also improving and changing. He couldn't see what was so special that it could make Xiao Tian so crazy. Yang Chen could only put away the fragment, and then his spiritual awareness explored the medicine garden and began to investigate the movement of Xiao Tian. At first glance, Yang Chen was surprised. At this moment, Xiao Tian's body was wrapped in the bright ray sword and the blood demon vine sword, but it did not hold any pieces of fragments. The fragments he threw in were all gathered in front of Xiao Tian at this moment. Subsequently, Xiao Tian made a move, and the next situation made Yang Chen couldn't believe his eyes. As if taking a deep breath, Xiao Tian took a deep breath at a piece of flying sword fragment. For a while, the flying sword fragment seemed to float a hazy light and shadow. As soon as the light and shadow left the flying sword fragment, like a white mist, it flew into the nostrils of Shao Tian. After taking this breath, Shao Tian seemed to enjoy it very much. He sat on the 2 flying sword fragments and narrowed his eyes as if he had begun to rest. That comfortable appearance. It was as if, after eating delicious food, it was natural to want to sleep. This scene was completely seen by Yang Qin, and he was shocked in his heart. The hazy light and shadow on the flying sword fragment should be the spirit formed after a long time of refining of the flying sword. Perhaps it has not completely become a thing with spiritual wisdom, but this kind of spirit does exist. Even some advanced magic weapons would seal a powerful spirit, just like the heaven-seizing pill would have a pill spirit. Those hazy shadows were the artifact spirits that had yet to take form. Yazi could swallow the tool spirit, but Yang Qin never knew that even the unformed tool spirit in these broken magic weapons could be swallowed. Even Yang Qin suspected that this was the only way to make Shao Tian mature. It was rare to see a magic treasure with an artifact spirit, but after a long period of refinement, there were many flying swords that carried such an unformed artifact spirit, and some of them even became a source of trouble for the magic treasure's owner. This time, Shao Tian could enjoy it in the future. Chapter 465. The smile on Yang Chen's face was not hidden from everyone. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Yang Chen. Senior apprentice Sister Gong Sunling even asked immediately, "What's the good news?" "You're so happy. I found some good things, but you can't use them for the time being." Yang Chen didn't say it very clearly, but he didn't say it to the point of not saying a word. He just gave a general hint, then just smiled and said nothing else. Now that they couldn't use it, everyone suddenly lost interest. Sometimes cultivation can't be too ambitious. Being down to earth and moving forward step by step is the right attitude. Even if there is a good thing to ascend to the immortal world, it is also useless if you can't use it. "Pack up, let's go back to the sect." Seeing that everyone had sorted out the things, Yang Qin didn't stay here for a long time. With a big wave of his hand, everyone quickly put away the spoils of war and then followed Yang Qin back to the hall. It was much easier to go out than to come in. Anyway, the cave was now under Yang Chen's control. With just a few simple techniques, it was easy to come out from the cave. It was still a vast sea, an empty island, and there were not many people around. Sitting on Yang Chen's shuttle, Yang Qin left the location to his master and senior apprentice sister. Because the control was in the hands of Yang Qin also taught them a few ways to get in and out so that they could come and go freely. This was a good place for combat experience. The only weakness was that it was a bit far away. If it could be completely collected and placed in a suitable place, it was not known how many people in the sect would be envious. Don't tell the sect about this for the time being. Gao Yu was the first to speak and put forward this suggestion. The sect has just changed dramatically. If there is such a stimulation, I am afraid some people will think too much. The human heart was the most unpredictable. Everyone understood this, so they all nodded. Yang Qin didn't say much, and the matter was settled. After another 3 months on the road, everyone returned to the Meiqing Mountain sect again. After not being in Meiqing Mountain for more than 2 years, Meiqing Mountain had undergone tremendous changes. Taking advantage of the last time when all the buildings in the sect were destroyed, the head of the palace and several elders redesigned the mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace. It had become even more majestic and awe-inspiring than before. Even the division of the underground spirit veins had been reorganized. The Ardent Sun Courtyard's earth vein was also in the process of being reorganized. Compared with the original Chunying Palace, it was now more than 3 times larger. Even the Scorching Sun Courtyard was enclosed within the sect. The huge building complex rose from the ground and spread over hundreds of miles. If it were not for the majestic size of the main hall, Yang Qin and the others might not be able to find the main hall in a short time. Not to mention anything else. Just the temperament of the head of the palace had changed dramatically. 2 years was enough for the sect to firmly control the 100,000 mountains. The kind of confidence that the huge gains brought to the head of the palace made him already have some kind of bearing to compete with the world. Everyone knew that the benefits of the 100,000 mountains were amazing, but no one expected that the benefits of the 100,000 mountains would be so huge. Just in the first year, when they had not yet fully grasped the situation, the income was enough to support the ultra-loose operation of the Chunyang Palace for 10 years. The income in the second year was even more doubled. This was the result of sharing the spoils with the Green Jade Immortal Island, Blue Cloud sect, and the Beast Taming sect. It was conceivable how much wealth the backstage people had accumulated at that time. Unfortunately, it was said that such a huge wealth was spent by those guys to buy various elixirs to break through to the next realm. Otherwise, the spoils alone could make the Four sect a lot of money. Even so, the Four sect was already overjoyed. They were more attentive to the 100,000 mountains, especially after the Four sect imposed a rule that it was not allowed to rob and kill the same people in the 100,000 mountains. It attracted a lot of demons and monsters, and the benefits were more than when it was chaotic. Becoming such a headmaster, of course, the head of the palace was full of power, and his temperament had changed greatly. Several elders were also upright, and their faces were shining. Their state was completely different from when they were struggling at the end of the second-rate sections. Not to mention the high level. Even the ordinary disciples of the Chunyang Palace now went out with their chests out and their heads held high. If they reported the name of the Chunyang Palace, their peers would more or less give them some face. Even the new disciples in the past 2 years had been recruited several times more than in previous years. Everything was going in a better direction, and Yang Qin was also very happy to see all this. However, when he met the head of the palace, Yang Chen was still complained a little. They had been gone for more than 2 years, and there was no news from them, which almost made the head of the palace and Wang Yong worried to death. Fortunately, they came back quickly, otherwise maybe the head of the palace would offer a reward to find Yang Qin. "Palace master, please forgive this disciple." In the face of the care from the elders, Yang Chen had to bow his head and admit his mistake before he began to explain. If the sect blindly protects the disciples, it is actually not good for the disciples. The tender seedlings in the greenhouse did not experience wind and rain. How could they be compared with the wild trees growing in the wilderness? Everyone understood the truth, but when it came to the important disciples of their own sect, it seemed that everyone had a very tacit collective forgotten this point. Yang Chen's meaning was that the sect did not need to care for him so much. After weighing it for a moment, the head of the palace finally nodded. No one wanted a genius disciple to become a waste because of their care. With the nod of the head of the palace, other elders were easier to convince, and even the ancestor Wang Yong could not say half a word. Yang Qin finally got the right to go out alone again. This time back to the sect, Yang Chen wanted to reassure the sect, and secondly, to fight for this opportunity for himself. To be honest, Yang Chen had never worried about the issue of safety, not to mention the protection of the Dome Hall. Just Wan Qian and her apprentice, 2 Yuanying stage masters, would not be a problem. What's more, Yang Qin still had the trump card of the Bloody River, but if it was not the last resort, Yang Chen would never use this trick. Going out to experience is also good. This time I should take the little girl of the Blue Cloud sect out, so as not to let the Blue Cloud sect gossip. The head of the palace nodded, but when Yang Chen left, he once again reminded Yang Chen about the handling of Sun Qingxue. What Yang Chen was most afraid of now was to hear about this. Last time, his master Gao Yu actually wanted to bring Gong Sunling in. When he heard the head of the palace mention this again, he hurriedly promised and fled, and never dared to look back. He just came back and went out again. It was not that Yang Qin did not want to stay in the Chunyang Palace. It was because the blood of Xiao Tian had been fully stimulated. Yang Chen could not wait to go to the Dragon Palace treasure house to see if the blood of Yazi could unlock some of the seals. Chapter 466. Everyone had been fighting in the Immortals cave for 2 years. It was a good time to come back to digest these combat experiences and improve their cultivation base with peace of mind. No one said much. They returned to their respective rooms and began to cultivate. Yang Qin did not plan to take everyone with him. The Dragon Palace treasures were of great importance, and it was Yang Chen's Immortal's cave that he planned to carry with him in the future. It must not be easily known by others. If his master wanted to experience again the position and techniques were taught to them, they could go at any time. There was no hindrance with or without Yang Qin. Anyway, Yang Chen was just practicing and reading the jade slips in the palace every day. He had never seen him go out and fight with the monsters. Of course, Yang Qin did not abandon his cultivation. He persisted in practicing every day for a week. It was just that, in the eyes of others, only practicing one day was indeed a bit lazy. But everyone knew that Yang Chen's specialty was alchemy, so no one urged him on his cultivation base. This time, when he returned to Chunyang Palace, the sect also gave him a little surprise. In more than 2 years, the sect has received hundreds of kinds of fire seeds, which were different from what Yang Qin had absorbed before. This time, not only were there first and second grade low-level fire seeds, but there were also 2 third-grade fire seeds. Some people were even willing to exchange the 4th-grade fire seeds for a questioning inner heart pill in Chunyang Palace. However, this was obviously too low and was directly rejected by the palace master. A questioning inner heart pill, even if it was to be exchanged, at least a 5th-grade fire seed like the Sun True Fire and Moon True Fire must be exchanged. A 4th-grade fire seed was not enough. Yang Chen was not polite and accepted these fire seeds. With his contribution to the sect, it was natural to get these rewards, and he would not feel guilty at all. Of course, no one at the top had any objections to this. He said goodbye to his master, and only said that he was going out to find a place to cultivate and absorb the fire seeds. Gao Yu also thought that Yang Qin did not want to be bothered by trifles in the sect and did not stop him. Gao Yu also knows that Yang Chen is strong and recently cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. His strength has greatly increased, and she is not afraid of any safety problems for him. However, he still warned him to be careful. Speaking of the yellow turban strongman body refining book, Yang Chen's sturdy body, after returning to Chunying Palace, shocked the head of the palace and several elders. Although transforming into such a sturdy body was not something too shocking, the first impression that flashed in everyone's mind was that Yang Chen wanted to use this image to make sure Shan Shan and Sun Qingxue give up. It had to be said that this was an extremely absurd guess. However, Yang Chen's attitude has always been incomprehensible to everyone. Whether it is Fairy Sure of the Green Jade Immortal Island or Sun Qingxue of the Blue Cloud sect, they all have a big background, a good appearance, and a good cultivation aptitude. Such a good thing. Yang Chen unexpectedly avoided it. When her master left, she gave Yang Chen another batch of robes, which she and Gong Sunling made while waiting for Yang Chen. It's just that the fur of those monsters is relatively low level and not worth refining carefully. This time, Gao Yu also found some bones and fur of the Yuaning stage monsters from the spoils of Shi Kuei and Xiesha, but those could be used to refine some good protective robes. Yang Chen left Chunying Palace and did not leave directly by shuttle, but first went to the market of Meiqing Mountain to see the recent situation of Shanghai Feng. Shanghai Feng was obsessed with business, but his cultivation base has increased compared to the last time they met. This made Yang Qin have to sigh that Shanghai Feng was really a person suitable for doing business. Knife Scar came once and brought back a lot of good things. Shanghai Feng's business was flourishing. It seemed that in the entire market there was no place with more people than Shanghai Feng's small shop. Seeing that everything was on the right track, Yang Chen was also secretly happy. After communicating with Shanghai Feng, Yang Chen walked out of the market, raised his flying sword and flew in the direction of the East China Sea. Around the market, Yang Chen did not want to be so shocking, so he did not directly use the shuttle. But soon Yang Chen began to smile bitterly. In front of Yang Chen's flight, a group of people suddenly appeared. Looking at their cultivation base, most of them were in the foundation establishment stage. There were one or two in the gold core stage. They were all elegant, and all of them looked like the kind of handsome young master. They seemed to know that he was going in this direction and stopped Yang Chen. Lightly hovering in the air, Yang Chen slowly landed on the ground, put away the flying sword, looked at a group of people and others faintly surrounding him, but his face remained calm and asked, "Fellow Taoists, why are you stopping me?" A person jumped out of the crowd and stared at Yang Chen. It seemed that he was not sure. Suddenly he saluted and asked, "Are you Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace?" "I am." The other party saluted, and Yang Chen did not mind being polite. He knew why the other party was not sure. His figure had changed too much, and it was indeed unbelievable. "I am XXX, and I challenge fellow Taoist Yang." "I am XXX, and I would like to challenge fellow Taoist Yang." As soon as they confirmed Yang Chen's identity, more than a dozen people suddenly spoke in unison, which made Yang Chen stunned. He heard clearly that these people were all here to challenge him and compare notes. Yang Chen frowned immediately. So many people wanted to challenge him, but there was no reason. Moreover, Yang Chen had never been very interested in this kind of competition. At the moment, he could only be patient and asked with his fists clasped, "Fellow Taoists, is there any misunderstanding between me and you?" "There is no misunderstanding." The young man who came out first seemed to be sure that it was Yang Chen, and his attitude also changed. "Fairy Sure must not be your Taoist companion. I challenge you. If you lose, don't pester Fairy Sure anymore." He was also an admirer of Shi Shanshan. Yang Chen's heart was even more troubled. He didn't say much, and just said loudly, "Let's compare notes. I am not skilled enough, and I admit defeat." When the group of young talents heard Yang Chen's words, they were instantly dumbfounded. They originally wanted to defeat Yang Chen face to face and make him lose face. They didn't expect that Yang Chen would take the initiative to admit defeat. What should they do now? You. Fairy Shirt is as pure as ice and as clean as jade, and she was actually deceived by a cowardly guy like you. Immediately, someone shouted loudly, "How can you surrender without a fight? I am not skilled enough, and I can't even admit defeat." Yang Chen didn't want to be entangled with these talents. He smiled slightly and raised his foot to leave. "I have already admitted defeat. Please let me pass." "No." The young man who came out first shouted again, "I have long heard that Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace never compares notes. Today, I have finally seen it for myself. In that case, Yang Chen, I challenge you to a life and death battle." Chapter 467. Life and Death Challenge. As soon as these words came out, the young cultivators around were shocked. They looked at their companions, thinking that they had heard wrong. "I will duel with you to see who is worthy of Fairy Sure." When the young man saw that his companions were looking at him, he puffed out his chest and put on a posture of facing death calmly. "You and I have no grievances. How can there be a duel of life and death?" Yang Chen shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have time." It was unknown if the other party was so hot-blooded that he even brought up a duel of life and death. It seemed that he had heard of Yang Chen's several duels of life and death. Yang Chen was not so bored that he would make an enemy whom he didn't know the details of. Besides, it was really not worth it to be jealous for a woman. No grievances? The other party suddenly sneered. "My senior brother came to Meiqing Mountain to challenge you a few years ago, but now his whereabouts are unknown. Didn't you kill him? In this world, death is a very common thing. Not everything must be blamed on me." Yang Chen just sneered. "A few years ago, the mountain gate of my sect was destroyed. I don't know how many people were buried in it. If you want to blame someone, blame those who destroyed my sect." The person who stood up was speechless. The destruction of the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was not a secret. At that time, Many people had been to the scene to see it. It was a disaster that even the mountain protecting formation could not protect it. It was common for people to die. Maybe his senior brother was killed in that disaster. But Chunyang Palace had already said that it was done by Shirwan Mountain, and they had already united several major sects to destroy the backer of Shirwan Mountain at the same time. It was not so easy to have a relationship with Yangchen. However, if a person was foolish and wanted to court death, then even the heavens would not be able to stop them. When the man heard Yang Chen's words, he was stunned for a while and suddenly said loudly, "If it weren't for you, why would my senior brother come here?" "I didn't invite anyone." Yang Chen sneered and was already a little impatient with these people. "If you have nothing else, then forgive this Yang for leaving." The group of people looked at each other in dismay. They had originally planned to humiliate Yang Chen by challenging him, so that Yang Chen would take the initiative to leave Fairyshire. However, they did not expect that he would take the initiative to admit defeat, so they did not achieve their goal at all. Although Yang Chen admitted defeat, no one felt that they had won. With one look, one could tell that Yang Chen didn't care to bicker with them. On the contrary, this made these guys who thought themselves to be outstanding very angry. How could such an admission of defeat be considered admitting defeat? "Give me back my senior brother's life." The guy who spoke first could no longer restrain his hatred and shouted at Yang Chen. His friend wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Just now, Yang Chen had already made it clear that it had nothing to do with him. It was very unwise to insist on getting involved with Yang Chen. Everyone knew that Yang Chen's reputation as an alchemist was like the sun in the sky. If they defeated Yang Chen in a spar, no one would say anything. After all, he was an alchemist, so it was normal for his cultivation to be insufficient. But if they insisted on fighting to the death with Yang Chen, so many people did not have the guts to do so. First, even if they won, they might not be able to get Fairyshire. Instead, they would provoke countless experts who wanted to ask for pills from Yang Chen. If they lost, it would mean death in a life and death challenge. No matter what the result was, the loss outweighed the gain. "It has nothing to do with me." Yang Chen simply ignored the other party's shouting and turned to leave. This guy was unreasonable. There was really nothing to argue with a madman. That person's friend had just breathed a sigh of relief, but he was suddenly horrified to find that his friend had actually taken out the flying sword and stabbed at Yang Chen's back without saying a word. The group of people did not make a sound. They seemed to be stunned by their companion's action. Launching an attack without saying a word, this was a sneak attack. Aren't we going to defeat Yang Chen in a dignified manner? When the flying sword was almost about to pierce Yang Chen's back, Yang Chen's figure suddenly flashed. Originally, his back was facing everyone, but suddenly he turned to face them. He stretched out his hand, and with a swoosh, he grabbed the flying sword that was stabbing at him. Grabbing the flying sword with his bare hands? The group of people's eyes almost popped out. How was this possible? But the situation in front of them made them unable to believe their eyes. Their companion's flying sword, which was shining with light, was pinched by Yang Chen. It kept trembling between Yang Chen's two fingers, but it was unable to break free. On his companion's face, there was already a look of struggle, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was just a blow, and it could not be considered a life and death struggle. But his companion's forehead was actually sweating? How was this possible? But the truth was happening in front of them. The most terrifying thing was that Yang Chen had nothing in his hands. If he had worn a pair of gloves or a glove, it would make everyone understand. It was just a magic weapon against a magic weapon, to see who was better and who was worse. But Yang Chen actually pinched his companion's flying sword with his bare hands. This was something that a human could do. If Yang Chen was an expert of the original infant stage or above, this would not be surprising. The huge difference in cultivation could also make up for the difference in physical body and magic weapons. But Yang Chen was obviously the same as everyone else. He was also at the foundation establishment stage. He grabbed the flying sword with his bare hands, and his companion's flying sword technique could not even break free. Could it be that this was Yang Chen's true strength? While everyone was guessing, Yang Chen had already made his next move. The opponent had launched a sneak attack, and it was obvious that they wanted Yang Chen's life. No matter how good Yang Chen's temper was, no matter how much he did not want to argue with these guys, he could not tolerate it. At the same time that he grabbed the flying sword, Yang Chen's face turned ashen. He stared fiercely at the owner of the flying sword and suddenly said loudly, "Every injustice has a perpetrator. Every debt has a debtor. You and I have no grievances in the past, and there is no hatred between us. Today, you actually want to take my life for no reason. I can only offend you." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Chen's hand exerted force. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, the flying sword in Yang Chen's hand was forcibly pinched into two pieces by Yang Chen's 3 fingers. What was this? The group of people was shocked by the scene in front of them, and they could no longer speak. Using a flying sword to cut the flying sword. This was acceptable to everyone because there were high and low quality flying swords. Using other magic weapons to break the flying sword. Everyone could also accept it because some magic weapons were heavier and harder. But using fingers to pinch the flying sword like pinching a snail, and then easily break it into 2 pieces, what was this? Yang Chen's fingers. Was it a high-level magic weapon? Yang Chen did not give the owner of the flying sword a chance to make another move. He stretched out his big hand and directly grasped the body of Xiao Tian in the medicine garden. At the same time, the bright ray sword under the control of Yang Chen flew directly into the mouth of Xiao Tian. Chapter 468. Xiao Tian seemed to have understood what Yang Chen was going to do, and he obediently let Yang Chen do it. When the hilt of the bright ray sword entered Xiao Tian's mouth, Xiao Tian's body suddenly began to change. The dragon-shaped body wrapped around Yang Chen's hand, and then directly turned into a golden sword hilt. With a big mouth, the hilt of the bright ray sword was swallowed, and then the mouth closed, and the blade of the bright ray sword was protruded from Xiao Tian's mouth. The head of Xiao Tian also became a hideous ghost head. On the blade of the bright ray sword, there was a layer of light that was almost invisible. If Yang Chen was not the owner of the bright ray sword and Xiao Tian, he would not be aware of this change. With a clear and melodious sound of the sword, Yang Chen's bright ray sword finally appeared in front of everyone. However, the appearance of the bright ray sword did not surprise everyone too much. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of Yang Chen's 3 fingers breaking his companion's flying sword. Others didn't know that these people had been together for some time. Because of a common reason, they came to find Yang Chen's bad luck, and they also exchanged notes with each other on weekdays. The quality of the other party's flying sword, everyone knew it, even if it was not as strong as their own flying sword, it would not necessarily be weak. However, their companion's flying sword was so easily broken by Yang Chen, which also meant that their flying sword was unsheathed, and the result was not much better. This was still Yang Chen's own flying sword was not used, and he only used his body to resist. Suddenly, there was a sword in Yang Chen's hand, but it was different from everyone's sword attack. Yang Chen was actually holding it in his hand. Could it be that Yang Chen's sword technique was not good? As soon as this idea came out, some people began to be tempted, especially the friend of the guy who had already started the fight. Since he had already started the fight, and Yang Chen had also broken his friend's flying sword, they had no choice but to fight. Why not take this opportunity to rush forward and kill Yang Chen? It would also fulfill everyone's wishes and give everyone a chance to pursue Fairyshire. 2 flying swords silently appeared behind Yang Chen. They suddenly accelerated and slashed at Yang Chen. Naturally, there were people on the opposite side of Yang Chen who saw it, but no one said anything. Getting rid of Yang Chen also meant that they would have the opportunity to get close to Fairyshire. Yang Chen sneered, as if he had eyes behind him. He waved the bright ray sword in his hand, and the 2 flying swords behind him were easily turned into 4 pieces. Under the blessing of Xiao Tian's possession, The flying sword used by these foundation stage guys was not even better than tofu. The blade of the sword had not even touched the opponent's flying sword, and the sharp chi had already spread out in the air, cutting the opponent's flying sword in half. These two swords were the quasi-life source flying sword refined by the owner of the flying sword. They were destroyed in one move, and the owner of the sword suddenly wailed. Yang Qin didn't care. His figure was like lightning, and he rushed to the side of the three people. With a sword slash, the three people became 6 pieces. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the internal organs flowed out of a large pool. By the time the people next to him understood what had happened, Yang Qin had returned to his original position with 3 Qinquan bags. This series of actions happened in a flash, and the people didn't even have time to react. He killed fellow Taoist Wang. A scream of horror and horror suddenly sounded from someone's mouth. The voice of despair and horror seemed to indicate that the killed fellow Taoist Wang was a great character. Brush, almost everyone looked like they had seen a ghost, and they unanimously moved back, far away from Yang Qin, as if Yang Qin was some kind of plague. Unexpectedly, the only 2 Jedon stage masters among these people were still standing in the same place, but their faces were cold, as if they were facing a life and death enemy. "You dare to kill the young master?" One of the Jedon stage masters almost squeezed out this sentence in a tone of grief and indignation. "Hand over your life!" The other Jedon stage master didn't say anything and directly started to move. Needless to say, this must be the guard of the young master. They just didn't expect Yang Chen's action to be so fast that they couldn't stop it. At this time, they could only kill Yang Qin to ask for the master's forgiveness. The attack did not fall in the surroundings, but the imposing manner of the Jedon stage masters had already appeared overwhelmingly. The talented people in the foundation stage next to them couldn't bear it at all. After exclaiming, they directly scattered and fled. Everyone knew that the 2 Jedon stage masters were now red-eyed. The crime of failing to protect the young master was enough for them to die. Before dying, the 2 Jedon stage masters wouldn't care that they were the friends of the young master when he was alive. Maybe they would vent their anger on them, or maybe they would go down to accompany their young master. After Yang Chen's next goal, maybe it would be them. No one dared to stay for a long time, and they all scattered. Fleeing in panic, naturally no one would pay attention to what happened behind them, and no one would know that the moment they turned their heads and fled, 5 veiled women suddenly appeared beside the 2 Jedon stage masters. The 5 women appeared without a sound, but their attacks were strange and unusual. They didn't know how many times they had cooperated with the 5-way Mystic Fairies formation. Almost at the moment when the 5 women appeared, they wrapped the 2 Jedon stage masters in the formation. Boom! A more violent Jedon stage aura made those who fled frantically run faster, wishing that their parents could give them an extra leg. They didn't dare to look back, let alone use their spiritual awareness to explore. Such a terrifying scene. When the spiritual awareness came over, there was no other result except injury and shock. The 2 Jedon stage guards had fallen into despair. A moment of carelessness. They let Yang Qin kill the young master. Now, the sudden appearance of the 5 Jedon stage masters also let them know that it was already an extravagant hope to kill Yang Qin to avenge the young master. It was still unknown whether he could survive or not. But before the 2 of them died, they couldn't figure it out. It was obvious that Yang Qin was just an ordinary disciple. Even if he had the potential of a senior alchemist master, why would Chunyang Palace send 5 Jedon stage masters to protect him? This was even tighter than the guards of their own young master. However, it was impossible for them to get the answer to this question. Under the siege of the 5 women's 5-way Mystic Fairies formation, in just a few face-to-face encounters, the 2 Jedon stage masters were each penetrated by 5 flying swords. With unwilling eyes, they died in front of Yang Qin. Boring challenges, meaningless life and death. Yang Qin didn't know how to evaluate these people. However, if the matter of Shi Shanshan was not resolved for a day, Presumably, such a thing would not end in a day. Who made the name of Sher Shanshan Fairy to be famous in the Dao sects, and countless people wanted Sher Shanshan to be a dual cultivation companion. What made Yang Qin puzzled was that as soon as he came back, someone came to the door immediately. If there was no problem, Yang Qin would never believe it. Were these people all bored, waiting for Yang Qin to appear in Meiqing Mountain? Chapter 469. Meiqing Mountain Market did not restrict outsiders and rogue cultivators from entering, so it was normal for someone to monitor it all the time. However, it was very abnormal to have such a group of young masters who had nothing better to do and only knew how to fight for a woman's favor. Unless someone used some excuse to gather them together, such as Fairy Sher, to challenge Yang Chen, etc., and they were still talking about a common topic, and in the end, the hatred was attracted to Yang Chen. The guy who stood out first was obviously instigated by someone else. It was said that the most important thing for these young masters was their face. Yang Chen admitted defeat in front of them and gave them enough face. At least most of them did not want to follow up. But that guy jumped out and also took the initiative to attack Yang Chen. It was clear that he wanted to threaten everyone to attack together, so that Yang Chen could kill a few people in the chaos and cause trouble for Yang Chen and Chunying Palace. Unexpectedly, his move was destroyed by Yang Chen's 3 fingers, suppressing most of the people. There was no way around it. Only 2 other guys could do it, including a young master surnamed Wang. As a result, he was killed by Yang Chen with a sword, which led to the current situation. In any case, Yang Chen killed people. Those who escaped would definitely publicize it. Even if Yang Chen hunted down those people, there would still be people who spread the news that Yang Chen killed people. For this, Yang Chen didn't care. He was worried that these guys hiding behind him would harm his master. Fortunately, Yang Chen would not go out for too long. He would go to the Dragon Palace treasure house to see if Xiao Tian's dragon bloodline could unlock some of the seals and get some more things. That shuttle alone has saved Yang Chen many times and has also brought a lot of convenience to Yang Chen. This was still the simplest thing that could be unlocked. Those things that were more difficult to seal could be imagined what kind of goods they were. At the thought of that series of treasures, Yang Chen's heart was itching for a while. The shuttle shuttled quickly. Yang Chen has also found that with improvement of his own cultivation, the flying speed of the shuttle has also become faster. When he was in the early stage of foundation establishment, he obviously did not have the speed now. When he arrived at the seaside, Yang Chen directly controlled the shuttle and plunged into the sea and never showed up again. Regardless of whether someone was tracking him or not, Yang Chen really did not believe that anyone in the sea could catch up with the current speed of the shuttle. The dark and deep seabed was calm and dangerous, but with the high speed of the shuttle, Yang Chen didn't care at all. The monstrous beasts that could catch up with the flying shuttle did not have strong strength, and if they had strong strength, they did not have the speed of the flying shuttle. Yang Chen knew this from the last time. It would take more than 10 days to reach the treasure vault of the Dragon Palace. Yang Chen adjusted his direction and began to cultivate on the flying shuttle. Perhaps it was because the surrounding environment had suddenly changed a lot after entering the bottom of the sea, or because of the obstruction of the deep sea. Some people had to pay a higher price to track Yang Chen. Yang Chen suddenly sensed that someone seemed to be tracking him. How was this possible? Unless it was a master of the Deshang stage. Even Wang Yong could not track Yang Chen without Yang Chen noticing. But now, it was obvious that there was a powerful spiritual awareness that was tracking him. After realizing this, the first thing Yang Chen had to do was to immediately explore his body to see if there was any spiritual awareness mark or something. After checking it, he confirmed that there was no such mark on his body. Yang Chen was a little disappointed. If the other party planted a spiritual awareness mark on him, he could easily use the bloody river in his sea of consciousness to deal with him. Although the bloody river was now quenching the immortal beheading blade, Yang Chen did not need to mobilize the bloody river to deal with the spiritual awareness mark, as long as the spiritual awareness mark was thrown in. The last time Guan Yueying was tossed around by Yang Chen, She fainted directly in the process of chasing Yang Qin. The master of the Yuanying stage was captured by Yang Qin, a junior in the early foundation stage. This was still the case where Yang Qin did not kill her. Once Yang Qin was aware of the hostility, it would not be as simple as fainting. If it was not on his own body, it should be something of his own. Yang Qin began to thoroughly check his own items. The Pure Bottle Medicine Garden and the Dome Hall were in the Merit Ring. Yang Qin did not think that there was any master in the mortal world who could penetrate the Merit Ring to track him. Moreover, the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden has always been the most important magic weapon of Yang Qin. After sacrificially refining it several times, he has never found any spiritual awareness tracking. The profound spirit furnace was even more impossible. Now, the profound spirit furnace has been completely branded with Yang Qin's mark. Even if someone else gets the profound spirit furnace, it is impossible to use it. The level of fire control has not reached the level of Yang Qin. The direct consequence of using the profound spirit furnace was that countless flames would be out of control, and then the person and the profound spirit furnace would turn into ashes. The only result of someone putting the spiritual awareness imprint on the profound spirit furnace was that the spiritual awareness would be burned by the Sun True Fire, the Moon True Fire, and the Nanmingli Fire, and directly become the same fool as Wan Qian. Moreover, the profound spirit furnace has always been in the Merit Ring. It was impossible. The Bright Ray Sword and the Blood Demon Vine Sword are now in the Medicine Garden. Together with Shao Tian, the unformed sword spirit inside has already been swallowed by Shao Tian. If the spiritual awareness imprint was made, it would be a delicious meal for Shao Tian. The shuttle was very likely. So far, Yang Qin has no way to sacrifice the shuttle. He can only mark his own spiritual awareness imprint. However, even if he wanted to do this, it took Yang Qin at least half a month. You must know that the strength of Yang Qin's spiritual awareness was already at the level of the middle Yuanying stage. If others want to make a spiritual awareness imprint, it's not just a touch. So far, the shuttle has been freely controlled by Yang Qin, which can only explain one thing: the shuttle has not been forcibly marked. In addition to these most important things for Yang Qin, those ordinary things were placed in the Qiankuan bag that Wang Yong refined for Yang Qin. When Yang Qin checked it one by one, he soon found the problem. Several Qiankuan bags, to be exact, were the Qiankuan bags of the few guys that Yang Qin killed not long ago, including the young master and his 2 Jidon stage guards. On each Qiankuan bag, there was a tracking spiritual awareness imprint. This was not surprising. Usually the big sects had a tracking array that could find the disciples of their own sect. This was a safety protection and a way to prevent any accidents. It was normal for the young master and their Qiankuan bags to have this kind of tracking mark. What was abnormal was that the few people killed in the beginning were obviously not from the same sect. But the tracking marks on their Qiankuan bags were all the same, which was a bit strange. This could only explain one thing. Those people, even those who ran away, were simply given to Yang Qin to kill, in order to be able to track the whereabouts of Yang Qin. Chapter 470. If it weren't for Yang Qin entering the bottom of the sea, separated by heavy seawater, the other party had to increase the intensity of exploration. Otherwise, Yang Qin would not have been able to find out that the other party had such an arrangement. Killing the enemy and getting the spoils of war. This was everyone's habit, and Yang Qin was no exception. It was estimated that the opponent would make such an arrangement based on this idea, and even encouraged a lot of young cultivators who had ideas about Shi Shanshan to come to trouble Yang Qin. As long as Yang Qin killed a few, he would definitely fall into this trap. And as long as Yang Qin killed people, those people could declare it to the outside world. Not to mention making a few enemies for Yang Qin, they could also pull in allies for themselves. The other party may not have dreamed that Yang Qin's spiritual awareness would be so powerful that he could actually discover the trace of the other party's spiritual awareness imprint, which was almost undetectable by the Yuanying stage masters. Knowing that someone was playing tricks, and after careful analysis of this spiritual awareness imprint, Yang Chen found that it turned out to be the same person, so he was not in a hurry to erase this spiritual awareness imprint. Knowing that there was an enemy and knowing which enemy, these were completely different concepts. Yang Chen was not willing to break the clue that he had found. Carefully exploring the spiritual awareness imprint on a certain Qinquan bag, he wrapped it completely, gently controlled it, and pulled it into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, just on the edge of the bloody river. He could throw the spiritual awareness imprint into the bloody river at any time. After confirming that there were no other tracing imprints, Yang Chen wrapped the spiritual awareness imprint tightly with his spiritual awareness imprint. There was no possibility for the other party to trace it. Next, Yang Chen rummaged through all the Qinquan bags, and then directly put the things inside into his own Qinquan bag, and then threw out a few Qinquan bags when he met a powerful monster. In just 2 days, all of them were thrown to the side of the monster at the bottom of the sea. He believed that the other party suddenly lost the trace of Yang Chen and would always come to check. He didn't know what kind of expression they would have when they met the powerful monsters at the bottom of the sea. After Yang Chen came out from the Dragon Palace, he would have some fun with these people. Now, Yang Chen didn't want to accompany them. It was not easy to stimulate the dragon blood of Xiao Tian. Yang Chen couldn't wait to see what he could get. The treasure vault of the Dragon Palace was still the same ordinary seabed rock. After Yang Chen cast a detailed and complicated incantation, he finally entered the treasure vault again. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, as soon as he entered the treasure house, Xiao Tian began to twist crazily again, as if he wanted to come out. There were no outsiders here, and Yang Chen immediately released Xiao Tian. At this time, Xiao Tian no longer looked like a puppy. He had the head of a jackal and the body of a dragon. He looked exactly like Yazi. After turning into a dragon, Xiao Tian no longer walked on the ground, but flew in the air. There seemed to be something in the Dragon Palace treasure house that was attracting Xiao Tian crazily. Although the small body was not flying fast, it was flying forward unswervingly. Yang Chen followed Xiao Tian unhurriedly and looked curiously at the direction of its flight. After flying for a while, Xiao Tian finally struggled to the top of the huge sea map. It seemed that Xiao Tian was already very tired. He landed directly in a place where the spiritual vein was shining on the sea map and began to rest. At the same time, his head turned to Yang Chen, and he seemed to be looking forward to something. Yang Chen thought a little and took out a few pieces of the magic weapon fragments found in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave and sent them to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian really wanted this. He opened his mouth and sucked hard. The mist on a few pieces of debris appeared again and entered the mouth of Xiao Tian. And those fragments immediately lost their luster and became ordinary fragments. There was no magic weapon aura. Yang Chen did not throw these things away and still threw them into his Qinquan bag. These were all good materials. Although the magic weapon was broken, the materials would not be broken. After resting for half a stick of incense, Xiao Tian regained his spirit and flew up again. This time, he flew directly into the hall. Seeing Xiao Tian enter the hall, Yang Chen followed and watched Xiao Tian directly rush to the huge dragon bead on the throne in the middle. Yang Chen looked forward to the figure of Xiao Tian, looking forward to the appearance of the restriction next to the dragon bead. Bang! The figure of Xiao Tian flying forward directly hit an invisible barrier, making a bang sound, and fell to the ground. Huh! Yang Chen spit out the breath that was held because of nervousness. He sighed in his heart and shook his head slightly. It seems that Xiao Tian is also facing the problem of Yang Chen. His cultivation base is not enough, he can't get recognition at all, and the restriction can't be opened. After having this concept, although Yang Chen was disappointed, he was not desperate. His own cultivation base was too low, he was only in the foundation stage. It was the same everywhere, he was a low hand. It was normal to not be able to unlock the restriction. If it was really unlocked, it could only mean one thing: the restriction was not strong, and behind the restriction was not a good thing. Xiao Tian was very anxious. He kept circling around the dragon bead. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get within 3 feet of the dragon bead. However, The bloodline of Shao Tian looked really pure. The dragon bead flashed a few times, and it seemed that it sensed the dragon aura on Shao Tian. But it was only a few flashes. The weak descendants of the dragon clan could not get the recognition of the dragon bead. Yang Chen grabbed Shao Tian in his hand and passed a thought. Shao Tian quickly calmed down and no longer continued to wander around the dragon bead. He quietly coiled on Yang Chen's arm, and his small head was placed on the back of Yang Chen's hand, motionless. It seems that it also understands that its current strength is weak and it is not enough to get the dragon bead. After comforting Shao Tian for a while, Yang Chen walked towards the 8 jade cases. The jade case with the shuttle was already empty, and Yang Chen began to try to reach out to other jade cases. Perhaps it was really the dragon bloodline of Shao Tian that played a role. The jade case that had a small golden bell before, Yang Chen couldn't put his hand into it, but at this moment it suddenly began to shine brightly. Yang Chen was overjoyed, and the right arm of Shao Tian moved forward again, and soon touched the original barrier. Yang Chen knew that it was the restriction on the jade case, but now there has been a little change. At the point of the tentacle, the invisible barrier was softened a lot. This discovery made Yang Chen surprised and happy. What made Yang Chen even more surprised was that Shao Tian began to open his small mouth and suck the light little by little. Chapter 471. Just after sucking for a while, Yang Chen found that the barrier closest to Shao Tian's mouth on his hand had become softer. This was simply an unexpected surprise. If Shao Tian could suck up all these things, it meant that Yang Chen could easily get the things on the jade case. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't hold back his excitement and began to communicate with Shao Tian with the beast controlling secret art, so that it could try to suck up the light at his hand. In that case, maybe he could quickly make a hole with the thickness of an arm, so that Yang Chen could reach in and take out the golden bell. Shao Tian also understood Yang Chen's meaning, but in the actual implementation, there was still a deviation. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Shao Tian. It was really that the bright light seemed to be able to flow. After a while, the surrounding light began to supplement the loss here, and the barrier began to slowly harden. It seemed that this was a painstaking effort. Yang Chen could only wait slowly, and at the same time he was guessing what the golden bell on the jade case was. This wait was a whole month. Shao Tian seemed to be very fond of this kind of light. It was simply absorbing it all the time. Yang Chen knew that there must be a lot of dragon qi in it. Otherwise, Shao Tian wouldn't be like this. Almost every once in a while, Yang Chen would try to touch the restriction on the jade case. When he found that the invisible barrier was getting softer and softer, and the surrounding light was getting lighter and lighter. At the moment when the light finally disappeared, Yang Chen's hand couldn't wait to reach into the barrier. The originally strong barrier at this moment seemed to have become a soft membrane, and it would be broken with a gentle poke. Yang Chen's hand grabbed the golden bell and then quickly retreated. Who knows if there will be any changes in this restriction? It's better to get the things first. The small golden bell looked like a golden bell that was shrunk countless times. The outside was an unusually exquisite bell cover, covered with exquisite dragon patterns. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that there were 9 golden dragons circling around the bell outside. Each of them had different shapes and sizes, and they were all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, every single one of them was beautiful and lifelike. Inside the golden bell, there was a metal ball hanging from an unknown material. The ball also had this exquisite pattern, but it was not in the shape of a dragon, but a regular pattern. Holding it in his hand, the golden bell was very light, as if it had no weight at all. Yang Chen tried to shake it. Unexpectedly, the ball and the golden bell did not move and did not make any sound. This was not surprising. If it could be easily shaken, it would not be worthy of the old Dragon King's caution. It was something that the old Dragon King had solemnly placed in the treasury and had even sealed it with a restriction. It would not be worth the old Dragon King's caution. Curiosity still prevailed. Yang Chen began to try to input spiritual power into the golden bell. However, As soon as Yang Chen's spiritual power entered the golden bell, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Usually there was only one situation, and that was the difference between the amount of spirit power input and the amount of spirit power needed was like heaven and earth. Only then would such a situation occur. After estimating the total amount of his spiritual power, Yang Chen had to admit in frustration that even if he input all his spiritual power into the golden bell, he would not be able to meet the needs of the golden bell. However, there was a map of the East China Sea outside. On the huge map, there were countless spiritual veins that could provide Yang Chen with a steady stream of spiritual power. Yang Chen didn't even think about it and directly rushed outside, then found a seabed spiritual vein that was not used by any sect, and put the black jade praying mat on it. Sitting on the black jade futon, Yang Chen held the golden bell with both hands and began to input spiritual power into the golden bell. With the input of spiritual power from Yang Chen, the size of the golden bell began to get bigger and bigger. Slowly, Yang Chen's hands could no longer hold it easily. He had to put the golden bell in front of him and touch it with both hands. As the spiritual power poured into the golden bell became bigger and bigger. When the golden bell became a head taller than Yang Chen's body, Yang Chen found that something was wrong. He could not control the speed of his spiritual power output. The spiritual power in his body seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, madly pouring into the golden bell from his hands. The spiritual power in his whole body, in less than 100 breaths, was completely absorbed. Fortunately, Yang Chen was still able to control the absorption of spiritual power. The powerful spiritual sense, the huge spiritual vein, and the black jade futon provided the possibility of this crazy absorption. In addition to maintaining himself to absorb the spiritual power of the black jade futon, Yang Chen could not do anything else. As soon as the spiritual power entered the body, it was directly swallowed by the golden bell and could not be left at all. Fortunately, Yang Chen's Yin-Yang 5 Elements secret art provided 10 times the spiritual power and 10 times the absorption speed of the ordinary foundation stage, making it possible to supply the spiritual power to the golden bell. Yang Chen now began to regret it. This level of magic weapon was definitely not what he could use, but curiosity made Yang Chen fall into this state that he could not get rid of. In addition to the crazy absorption of spiritual power for the needs of the golden bell, there was no other possibility. What made Yang Chen more and more afraid was that as the golden bell absorbed more and more spiritual power, the speed of absorption was getting faster and faster, and gradually there were signs of being unable to supply. If the speed of his spiritual power absorption couldn't keep up with the speed of the golden bell, wouldn't he soon be sucked dry by the golden bell? The surface of the golden bell began to slowly brighten, and the dragon patterns became clearer and brighter. The dragon patterns on it seemed to have begun to slowly bulge, becoming like a relief sculpture, like 9 golden dragons that were slowly inflating. Yang Chen's spiritual power absorption finally reached the limit, and he could no longer provide a faster spiritual power absorption speed. The golden bell seemed to be able to feel the state of Yang Chen, and the speed of spiritual power absorption was maintained at this rate and no longer changed. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and Yang Chen seemed to see the dragon eyes of the dragon facing him flashed slightly. When he was wondering if it was an illusion, the golden bell suddenly stopped absorbing spiritual power. Just when Yang Chen was surprised, Yang Chen only felt a slight tremor of the golden bell. Hum! A low and heavy bell sound came from the golden bell. The huge sound was mixed with a terrifying shock. At such a close distance, Yang Chen almost instantly blacked out, and the whole person fainted. On the sea where the treasure house was located, a huge ripple suddenly appeared, followed by a bang and countless water splashed. Within 100 miles, all the creatures lost consciousness in an instant, and even the seabirds flying in the air fell down. Chapter 472. The huge ripples formed waves that were dozens of feet high and began to spread in all directions. After a long time, the sea slowly calmed down, but there were already countless kinds of fish and shrimp with white bellies on the sea. When Yang Chen woke up, he didn't even know how long he had fainted. He only knew that there was no pain in his whole body. His whole body's spiritual power was empty, and there was no trace left. And in his sea of consciousness, it seemed that there was still a heavy and clear bell sound, lingering endlessly. Although it was said that he woke up, he only regained his consciousness. His mind was still like a raging sea, and he was dizzy. It was impossible to even concentrate. Yang Chen could only lie on the ground powerlessly, slowly waiting for natural recovery. At this time, Yang Chen, not to mention taking the medicine, it was impossible to even control the spiritual power. The power of the golden bell could be seen. Maintaining such a muddled state for at least 3 days, the shock in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness finally slowed down to a point that Yang Chen could accept. Enduring the crazy tremor, Yang Chen began to control his own spiritual power and heal. For several days, he didn't eat or drink, lying on the spiritual vein, but he couldn't get any spiritual power supplement. If it weren't for Yang Chen's strong physique, he would have fainted again. The spiritual power slowly entered Yang Chen's dry meridians and began to slowly moisten Yang Chen's body. After a while, Yang Chen finally had some strength and sat up with his arm. The first thing he did after sitting down was to take out 2 mysterious yang fruits from the herb garden and swallow them into his stomach. The huge supply of spiritual power, coupled with the full feeling of food in his stomach, made Yang Chen feel a little better. After the spiritual power of the profound yang fruit was completely absorbed by Yang Chen stopped and began to practice the 3 purities secret art. There was still a lingering sound in the sea of consciousness, and Yang Chen himself was still dizzy. If he didn't eliminate this effect, the efficiency of his practice would be too low. The 3 purities secret art was worthy of being the cultivation method of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. After only cultivating 1 cycle, the feeling of shock had been greatly reduced. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian continued cultivating. After 81 cycles of the 3 purities secret art, it took a full 2 days and 2 nights. There was no tremor in the sea of consciousness, and his mind was restored to clarity. At this time, Yang Chen cultivated the yin-yang 5 elements secret art a few more times, frantically replenishing his lost spiritual power. The golden bell was still the same after it was enlarged. It was placed not far in front of Yang Chen, but Yang Chen did not dare to move it easily. Just that one sound almost made his soul fly away and scatter, and Yang Chen could be sure that it was not the full power of the golden bell. Moving around in such a situation was courting death. Yang Chen still doesn't know the situation outside the Dragon Palace's treasure house. The ordinary creatures within 100 miles were all dead. Even the monsters below the foundation stage were all dead. Those above the foundation stage were all unconscious. Until now, after waking up, they still couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. There were stumbling monsters everywhere. It's really powerful. Yang Chen looked at the golden bell that was taller than himself and could only make such a sigh. No wonder the old Dragon King would put it in the treasure house. It had such power without fully launching it. After fully launching it, what would it be like? Speaking of it, Yang Chen was only slightly affected. After all, the sound of the bell was launched by Yang Chen's spiritual power. It could be regarded as the initiator of the attack. The attack of the magic weapon would not hurt the owner. This was common sense. But just the impact had already injured Yang Chen so much. He didn't know what would happen if he really faced the enemy who attacked. Such a good thing. Yang Chen was almost happy in his heart and couldn't wait to put it in his pocket. However, if it was just put into the merit ring, it was really not reconciled. Yang Chen still wanted to try to collect it, at least like the shuttle. He had to leave his own spiritual awareness imprint. In any case, Yang Chen did not dare to input a drop of spiritual power into the golden bell. Fortunately, the spiritual awareness imprint did not need the support of spiritual power. As long as the spiritual awareness was strong enough, Yang Qin still had an advantage. Sacrificial refining? Yang Qin didn't even think about it. He sat directly on the black jade futon and began to collect the golden bell. At this time, the powerful sea of consciousness and the huge spiritual awareness played a role and began to penetrate the entire golden bell bit by bit. Even with the three purities secret art as the source of the spiritual awareness, it still took Yang Chen half a month to complete this most basic collection step. When Yang Chen's spiritual awareness imprint was successfully engraved in the golden bell suddenly turned into a golden shadow and hid in Yang Chen's body. Boom! Countless chants poured into Yang Chen's mind like a burst. After a while, Yang Chen determined that these were the chants of the golden bell. As long as he followed these chants, he would be able to control the golden bell without any injury. However, the spiritual power required to control the golden bell was not what Yang Chen could imagine now. At least until Yang Chen reached the peak Yuanying stage. He didn't have to consider this problem. Even if he reached the peak Yuanying stage, it was not so easy to make the golden bell ring completely. At most, it would be like this time, barely ringing. If he wanted the 9 dragons to fly together and the golden bell to ring, he would have to consider it again. However, before that, the golden bell was not completely useless. When the golden bell was integrated into Yang Chen's body, it had already opened a natural protective barrier for Yang Chen. It was equivalent to having a powerful protective magic weapon around Yang Chen's body, which could protect Yang Chen at any time. After discovering this in Yang Chen's mind, a word naturally emerged: Golden Bell Shield. This was simply the real Golden Bell Shield. With the power of the Golden Bell, even if Yang Chen stood still in the dome and let the 7x7 flying sword of the 7 steps enchanted killing formation cut at will, Yang Chen would not have any problems. This was only the power after Yang Chen had just collected the golden bell. After several sacrificial refining by Yang Chen, the power of the golden bell would be even stronger and its defensive power would be doubled. The most powerful thing was that after Yang Chen completely sacrificially refined the golden bell, the enemy's attack would even trigger the golden bell to ring and be directly counterattacked by the golden bell. Such a magic weapon with both offensive and defensive capabilities, even if it was in the immortal world, it was also a rare good thing. This trip to the Dragon Palace with Xiao Tian really did not disappoint Yang Chen. This golden bell alone was enough to make Yang Chen pleasantly surprised. What's more, in the hall there were 6 jade tables, still waiting for Yang Chen to open the barrier one by one and collect the magic weapons inside. Now, Yang Chen was more and more looking forward to what the rest of the good things were. Chapter 473. Excitedly running back to the hall, Yang Chen tried to let Xiao Tian open the restrictions of the pagoda. Unfortunately, this time Xiao Tian couldn't do it at all, and there was not even a little light flashing outside the pagoda. Either the level of Xiao Tian was too low, or the level of the restrictions was too high. There were only these 2 reasons. Yang Chen could only turn to the next thing, the jade case with 2 long horns. Unfortunately, the restriction on the 2 long horns still didn't show any signs of movement. He tried one by one, and when he reached the side of the gourd, the jade case had a reaction. There was another light, but this time it was not a white light, but a blue light. Xiao Tian was obviously happy, and he enjoyed the light in big mouthfuls, as if it was delicious. Yang Chen could feel a trace of dragon qi from those lights, which was a natural tonic for Xiao Tian. For Yang Chen, it also meant that he could once again get a treasure that made people excited. The gourd that was solemnly placed on the jade case looked inconspicuous. One side was big and the other side was small. It was not symmetrical at all. The whole gourd showed a kind of dark yellow that seemed to have been picked for a long time, and there were many mottled shadows on it. At first glance, he didn't know how many years it had experienced. In the middle of the gourd, there was a red rope tied to the slender waist, which was very casual. He didn't know what was inside that could let the old Dragon King put it here. The swallowing of Xiao Tian was not in a hurry, and Yang Chen also waited patiently, while quietly cultivating the 3 purities Secret art. After the sound of the golden bell, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had some feelings of being shaken, and he had to cultivate madly to condense it. Half a month later, the restrictions around the jade case where the gourd was placed was once again swallowed by Xiao Tian. Yang Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and he couldn't wait to grab the gourd and bring it to his eyes. The gourd was not big, and it was just right for his hand to hold the slender waist. That part seemed to have been scratched frequently as well. It was polished smooth and even glowed brightly. It was very comfortable to hold. Holding it in his hand, the gourd seemed to have a little weight, but it was not very heavy. With a gentle shake, one could even hear the crashing sounds coming from inside, as if something was not full. Yang Chen immediately placed his other hand on the mouth of the gourd. What was stuffed into the gourd was the tip of the original gourd. When put together, it was a whole gourd with a small handle. Yang Chen stretched out his hand and exerted some force. He was startled. He couldn't open the bottle gourd. This was normal. It would be strange if it could be easily opened. He was probably not worthy of the old Dragon King's attention. However, with the lesson of the golden bell last time, Yang Chen did not dare to input spiritual power casually. He still went out and found a spiritual vein position on the sea map and sat down. He began to use the old method to mark it first to collect it. The powerful divine sense of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was enough to collect the gourd. But it still took Yang Chen half a month to successfully mark his own spiritual awareness in the gourd. Just like the golden bell, when the spiritual awareness mark successfully entered the gourd, a series of chants entered Yang Chen's mind directly through the spiritual awareness mark. In an instant, Yang Chen knew how to control the gourd. What surprised Yang Chen was that this gourd turned out to be just a container, which made Yang Chen almost unimaginable. Just a container. Was it worth the old Dragon King to put it here so solemnly? Could it be that the Qinkuan bag was not enough to put things in this gourd? However, although it was only a container, there were still some differences from the Qinkuan bag. This gourd could only store liquids, and it had a very powerful function. Different liquids could be stored separately, and they would never affect each other. The owner of the gourd could pour out whatever liquid he wanted. This was not the most exciting function of this gourd. The most important function was that no matter what liquid was put in, it would be affected by the effect of the gourd itself and become more and more mellow and aged. If this was the case, then this gourd was simply a beautiful wine gourd. Think about it, the wine that you brewed, put it in the gourd to become more and more mellow and mellow. What kind of taste would that be? Of course, it was not limited to wine. There were other things such as heavenly fragrance liquid that could also age. What did aging mean? Increase the age. As long as the liquid was put in this gourd, it could actually increase the age unknowingly. Was there anything more wonderful than this? Yang Chen couldn't wait to open the gourd, and when his spiritual awareness explored it, he immediately found that there were only 2 liquids inside. It was a kind of incomparably dense and glowing amber light. The other was a purple liquid which exuded a little fluorescence, which was very beautiful. The amount of these 2 liquids was shocking. Each of them was like a huge lake. The liquid that was shaking the gourd outside was like 2 giant lakes. With Yang Chen's knowledge, of course, it was easy to preliminarily judge what these 2 liquids were. However, when he saw such a huge amount, Yang Chen was not sure. He found a piece of jade and quickly spun it into a jade cup with a flying sword and placed it in the profound spirit furnace. After a simple burn with the sun true fire and the moon true fire, Yang Chen picked up the gourd and gently poured out a drop of amber thick liquid from the gourd. As soon as the liquid entered the jade cup, it instantly exuded a wonderful taste. Smelling this smell, Yang Chen stood directly in place. This taste, it turned out to be the taste of the most mellow wine. How is this possible? The reason why Yang Chen was not sure was that there were too many lakes in that huge lake. How many raw materials were needed to brew so many wines? Just by smelling this mellow smell, he knew what kind of precious raw materials were used in it. countless cultivators could fight for a lifetime. But here in the old Dragon King, it was just raw materials for wine. How could this be tolerated? What made Yang Chen most unbelievable was that this treasure house had been here for tens of thousands of years. Coupled with the aging and mellow effect of the gourd, how delicious would these wines be now? Yang Chen could hardly guess. Perhaps the jade nectar that the heavenly court entertained the immortals was just like this? It was even likely that it was not as good as these. It must be known that the rebellion of the heavenly court had only been a few years, and the new Jade Emperor had only been on the throne for a few years. With the practice of those old and stubborn people, they would certainly not leave any good things to the rebels. Even the current Jade Emperor, it was estimated that it was impossible to enjoy this level of wine. Chapter 474. After thinking of this, Yang Chen's mood suddenly improved. Although the tens of thousands of years of wine has become a thick colloidal distiller's yeast, Yang Chen still raised his neck and poured the drop of wine in the cup into his mouth. Feeling the unique, delicious taste after the combination of saliva and distiller's yeast, Yang Chen was almost intoxicated. However, the powerful spiritual power contained in the wine woke him up from that intoxication. A line of fire rushed directly from his mouth to the soles of his feet and then rushed back to the top of his head. Then the line of fire turned into a cool feeling and once again walked back and forth in his whole body. This cold and hot alternated 9 times, and the whole body was more enjoyable than taking the most comfortable hot spring bath. Even a person with a strong will like Yang Chen felt as light as a swallow, floating like an immortal, and wished that he could never leave this comfort. It was just a mouthful, less than 1 tael, at most only the amount of 5 coins, but it made people feel like this. This taste, this kind of enjoyment, if Yang Chen was the old Dragon King, he would definitely put this in the most secret treasure house. With this lake of wine as the base, Yang Chen seemed to be able to accept that another liquid was the liquid he guessed. Purple, scattered fluorescence, these 2 characteristics were found in many things, but combined together, and it was a liquid, especially found in the old Dragon King's treasure house. It seemed that there was only one possibility, the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. There was no other possibility. The 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid was a kind of liquid secreted by the Millennium Black Coral in the North, South, East, and West Seas. However, this kind of liquid was extremely precious. Only when the Millennium Black Coral grew to more than 1,000 years old would it secrete a drop from its body every year. How many Millennium Black Coral could there be? Collecting a drop every year, how long would it take to collect a lake? Yang Chen's entire brain had been filled with shock. Even if he was reborn with the memory of the great principal golden immortal, he still couldn't maintain his calm. Not to mention the great principal golden immortal. Even the old Jade Emperor who died under the immortal beheading saber of Yang Chen, it was not known how many years he had sat on the country. He was not necessarily able to have so many 4 Seas mysterious coral liquids. That is, the Dragon King, who was close to the water pavilion, did not know how many generations of efforts it would take to collect so many 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. The 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid did not have much effect, but just drinking a little, it could fully and thoroughly wash the impurities in the body, making the body pure and flawless. Or he could add a little more to the alchemy process, which could slightly shorten the time of alchemy and also improve the quality of the alchemy pills. Otherwise, during the refining process, he would add something that would allow the various materials to fuse more thoroughly. Of course, cleansing the impurities in one's body was a process that would occur every time one advanced to the next realm. However, even when the Yuanying stage was promoted to the Deshang stage, the Yin fire tribulation could only remove 90% of the impurities in the body, and the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid could remove 99% of the impurities as long as 100 jin was consumed. The Tao sects were okay, there were usually not too many impurities, but for many demonic cultivators and monster cultivators or some Tao sect's disciples who practiced special cultivation methods, they absorbed countless different things in the process of cultivation, which often led to physical problems. With the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, there was no need to worry about this situation at all. The shortening of the alchemy time was because the 4C's mysterious coral liquid was a very good neutralizer and catalyst, which could make most drugs integrate faster and would not cause a drug conflict reaction. With the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, the stability of the medicinal pill would be greatly improved. In this case, it was possible to carry out the 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and even higher grade refining. If Wu Xiong had this thing in his hand when he was refining the heaven-seizing pill, even the final medicinal pill would not be refined into a black mass. This was the difference. As for the refining aspect, it was also because of the neutralization and catalytic characteristics of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Even if it was a material of the 5 elements, under the neutralization of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, there would not be a violent reaction outbreak. The success rate of refining was greatly improved and more stable and uniform materials could be obtained. This greatly increased the effect of refining tools and even allowed for cross-grade refinement. The magic weapon that originally needed to be refined in the yuanying stage, with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, it was very likely that it could be refined in the Jiran stage. Based on the rarity of the 4C's mysterious coral, the price of a drop of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid in the market has exceeded a gene of high-grade spirit stones. As long as someone finds a cluster of 1,000-year-old black coral, they will definitely protect it like a treasure, unless they die. Otherwise, they will never let it go. You must know that this was just a drop. How much was the value of such a lake of 4C's mysterious coral liquid? Even if it was exchanged for the best spirit stones, it could crush Yang Qin to death. This was still 1,000 years old 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Yang Chen couldn't even judge how many years the 4C's mysterious coral liquid in this gourd was, but it would not be less than 20,000 years. It was absolutely there. Just collecting so much 4C's mysterious coral liquid was not something that could be done in 20,000 years. Such a huge wealth. In Yang Chen's previous life, there was no impression of it. It was estimated that it had never been born. And now, this wealth that even the heavenly court was estimated to be coveted has already reached the hands of Yang Chen. After waking up from that kind of shock, the first thing Yang Chen did was to take the jade cup, pour out a drop of distiller's yeast, and then open it with the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. After greedily smelling it, he swallowed it in one gulp. This kind of delicious food should be enjoyed in time. With this kind of good thing, Yang Chen certainly would not forget his spiritual pet Xiao Tian, and also poured a cup of 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Removing the impurities in Xiao Tian also meant that the bloodline of Yazi was purer. After pouring it down, Yang Chen and Xiao Tian, one person and one spiritual pet, lay on the spiritual vein on the sea map, regardless of their image, and fell asleep. This sleep was unusually sweet. This was a normal reaction after taking the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. No matter how high the cultivation base was, they would sleep for a long time. In their sleep, the bodies of Yang Qin and Xiao Tian began to ooze a trace of black liquid, greasy on the surface of their bodies. When he woke up, Yang Qin sat up and stretched out a big yawn. Since his cultivation, he had not slept so comfortably. He only felt refreshed, and his whole body was unspeakably free. Chapter 475. Although Yang Chen's body has been nourished by the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals, it does not mean that there are no impurities. In fact, because of this, Yang Chen's body has the most impurities. After all, the life essence of various immortals with different attributes is absorbed by Yang Chen. Now it seems that Yang Chen has no problem, but that is only because of the low cultivation base. When the cultivation base is increasingly profound, this hidden danger will slowly reveal itself. In the end, old Demon Yi's demonic art is still a demonic art after all. It is easy to get started, but the future cultivation is difficult. This essentially cannot be changed. But now it is completely different. With the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, Even if Yang Qin can't remove the impurities at once, it can't stop Yang Qin from taking this thing as a drink. A few more times, dozens of times, hundreds of times, there will always be a day when the impurities will be removed. This was what Yang Chen realized after discovering that he had far more impurities than Xiao Tian. At that time, Yang Chen was still very strange. Xiao Tian's bloodline was stimulated by the blood essence of the celestial dog. How could it have less impurities than his own body? After realizing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and felt a lingering fear. It seemed that this was God's way of letting Yang Chen rest easy, so he would send the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid to Yang Chen. This kind of gift, even if it came 100 times a day, Yang Chen would not refuse. "You are really my lucky star, Xiao Tian." Yang Chen couldn't help but pick up Xiao Tian and shouted happily. Maybe it was also aware of Yang Chen's happiness. Xiao Tian was also very happy to twist in Yang Chen's hands. The black impurities on the surface of the body were smeared in a mess. Brush, a stream of water appeared out of thin air. Just like the last time when he built the foundation, Yang Chen controlled this stream of water and washed the impurities on himself and Xiao Tian clean, and quickly collected them into a jade bottle. The impurities discharged from the body were the best medicinal ingredients for a chronic poison. The 2 magic weapons were good things that made Yang Chen shocked to the point of jumping up. Yang Chen couldn't wait to see what the rest of them were. To Yang Chen's disappointment, there was only 1 jade cup left in the remaining 5 jade cases. The restriction could resonate with Xiao Tian and emit light. This time it was still a blue light, but Xiao Tian was no longer the kind of big gulp, as if it had eaten a lot and needed to digest. The performance of Xiao Tian made Yang Chen very helpless. There was no way. Xiao Tian's level was too low. After swallowing the dragon qi of 2 restrictions, it was estimated that it was about to reach its limit. Naturally, the 3rd one couldn't absorb it any faster. However, Yang Chen's desire to know what it was becoming more and more urgent. He could only communicate with Xiao Tian with the beast controlling secret art and promised countless benefits, which allowed Xiao Tian to swallow the dragon qi for the last time. Even so, when Xiao Tian struggled to absorb the dragon qi of the 3rd restriction, he still couldn't resist the feeling of inhaling too much dragon qi and fell asleep directly in the hands of Yang Chen. Yang Chen carefully sent Xiao Tian back to the medicine garden, placed the bright ray sword and the blood demon vine sword beside it, and then put a dozen pieces of magic weapon fragments and then retreated. The blue jade cup on the jade case was carefully taken by Yang Chen in his hand and placed it in front of his eyes. The inside of the jade cup was not empty like a gourd, but the jade cup was filled with some transparent and clear liquid, colorless and tasteless. What was this? Yang Chen was careful not to shake a little bit, for fear of pouring out the little bit of liquid. After smelling it, there was nothing special. He wanted to input his spiritual power to try it, but thinking of the end of Jinling, Yang Chen still resisted and began to explore with his spiritual awareness. His spiritual awareness easily passed through the jade cup without stopping at all. Yang Chen was stunned. This was unprecedented. Could it be that this jade cup was not a magic weapon? He tried again, but his spiritual awareness was still very simple to pass through the jade cup without stopping. Yang Chen suddenly realized something. He carefully put the jade cup on the ground, closed his eyes, and tried to explore with his spiritual awareness. The result surprised Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen cultivated the 3 purities secret art, his spiritual awareness has increased greatly, and after absorbing the killing intent of the Immortal beheading stage, merging with various flames and absorbing many other treasures, his spiritual awareness was now at the level of the middle Yuanying stage. Moreover, with the powerful spiritual awareness threads of the 3 purities secret art, even the old tree demon of the Deshang stage, Gui Shanyu, who was the best at hiding his body, was discovered by Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen closed his eyes now, but he could not find anything in front of him. If he hadn't clearly put the jade cup there, Yang Chen would have thought that there was nothing there. It was a miracle that it was able to ignore the divine sense of a good thing. If this thing was used to make a full body armor, wouldn't it mean that others could not find him with their spiritual awareness? However, the spiritual awareness could not be explored, and it could not be imprinted. How could this be refined? For the time being, Yang Qin has not thought of a safe way. Another thing that puzzled Yang Qin was what the colorless and transparent liquid in the jade cup was. In Yang Qin's memory, there was no very obvious memory, which was very strange. Was it just ordinary water? Very carefully, with a silver needle that was refined, he inserted it into the jade cup. After the tip of the needle was stained with a little liquid, it was slowly pulled out. As soon as he was half a foot away from the jade cup, Yang Chen suddenly noticed an extremely pure 10th water spirit power from the tip of the needle. The spirit power was so pure that the 10th water spirit power in Yang Chen's body was directly attracted and began to fluctuate. This. Yang Chen carefully felt the pure spirit power, but his mouth made two incredible sounds again. Where was this clear water? It was clearly the extremely pure 10th water true essence, the essential true essence for the cultivation of the 10th water true secret art. It was also the most original 10th water spirit power, the 10th water true essence that Yang Chen could not find. Now Yang Chen doesn't know how to describe his mood. It seems that there is no other way to express it except to laugh at the sky. However, there was no one here, and Yang Chen laughing alone seemed a bit out of place, so Yang Chen had to suppress this impulse. With the 10th water true essence, Yang Chen could cultivate the 10th water true secret art, so that he could take a step closer to the completion of the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art. It could also greatly improve his own cultivation base, which was what Yang Chen was eager to do at present. However, now Yang Chen was a little worried. In the jade cup, there was only a little 10th water true essence. Was it enough for him to cultivate the 10th water true secret art? Chapter 476. In any case, Yang Chen still had to collect this 10th water true essence first. Otherwise, if he was not careful while holding the jade cup, he would lose even this poor 10th water true essence. Preserving the 10th water true essence was not such a simple matter. The jade bottle was necessary. In addition, many formations and talismans were needed to prevent the 10th water true essence from escaping. In order to collect this 10th water true essence, Yang Chen had to make detailed preparations first. This was not surprising. With the cultivation base of the knife scar, it still took decades to collect the 7th metal true essence. Of course, Yang Chen didn't have to prepare for so long. After all, these 10th water true essence were already in the jade cup. As long as Yang Chen poured it into the jade bottle, it would be fine. So Yang Chen mainly prepared those talismans. Although there was a lot less preparation, Yang Chen still made at least 3 times more talismans to be on the safe side. There was no way his cultivation base was low, not comparable to the knife scar, and he could only make up for it with quantity. Carefully picking up the jade cup, Yang Chen put the jade cup on the mouth of the jade bottle, tilted it slightly, and poured it into the jade bottle, trying not to waste a drop of 10th water true essence. There was no way. The jade cup was the size of a palm, and the 10th water true essence inside was only a shallow bottom, not even a small half of the bottle. Even if a drop was wasted, it could make Yang Chen distressed. As soon as the 10th water true essence was poured into the jade bottle, Yang Chen immediately put down the jade cup, and then a series of movements in his hands. Dozens of talismans were quickly attached to the jade bottle. This set of movements was done by Yang Chen in a flash without the slightest pause. When everything was completed, and the jade bottle did not leak the slightest 10th water true essence, Yang Chen was relieved. Putting the jade bottle into the merit ring, Yang Chen was about to put the jade cup away. When he glanced at the jade cup, he was stunned. At the bottom of the jade cup, there was a trace of moisture. One had to know that Yang Chen had just tipped all the jade cups upside down. There shouldn't be any moisture in the jade cups. How could there still be any? This was not a mistake on Yang Chen's part. Yang Chen believed in his own memory. When he had just poured out, he had indeed poured out the 10th water true essence. The things at the bottom of the jade cup were definitely not left behind. After realizing that there was a problem, Yang Chen didn't put away the jade cup. He wanted to see what other magic this jade cup had. The waiting time was very uncomfortable. After Yang Chen cultivated the 3 purities secret art and the Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art, he also cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Seeing that there was still no obvious change on the side of the jade cup, he simply took out the gourd and the jade cup, the distiller's yeast mixed with the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. He drank another cup and then slept on the sea map. It had to be said that there were indeed too many impurities in Yang Chen's body. After drinking the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, he began to sleep again, and his body still exuded a black, greasy substance. In this underwater Dragon Palace treasure house, Yang Chen was not afraid of any danger at all and slept wantonly. This time, he slept even longer. After sleeping for 5 days and 5 nights, after waking up, Yang Chen didn't even care about the grease on his body and looked directly at the jade cup not far away. At the bottom of the jade cup, there was a miraculous liquid again. Although it was only less than 1% of the original, it was obvious that there was liquid. Suppressing the excitement, Yang Chen carefully dipped it with a silver needle and pulled it out, and immediately felt the pure aura of the 10th water true essence again. Sure enough, this jade cup could actually condense the 10th water true essence. This alone was already invaluable. Coupled with the fact that his spiritual awareness could not detect it, it was another peerless treasure. Since he was now in the East China Sea, the 10th water was the water of the sea. Yang Chen simply waited here and waited until he collected enough 10th water true essence that he needed to cultivate the 10th water true secret art before going back. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Chen also used the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid to thoroughly discharge the garbage in his body. Otherwise, the hidden dangers would still be there, and there would be a lot of trouble in the future. The underwater Dragon Palace treasure house was so safe that Yang Chen didn't even have to worry about any danger in the process of his sleep. Although the fierce sun courtyard was equally safe, the old tree demon was now refining and absorbing the Penglai divine wood, and the clone was still sitting in the 100,000 mountains, so he couldn't spare much spirit to protect himself. The environment here was also suitable, and it would not arouse many people's suspicions. It was just suitable for Yang Chen to do these things. Yang Chen never thought that there were so many hidden dangers in his body. He was afraid, but he was also glad. If he didn't get the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid this time, he wouldn't be able to find this at all. From this point of view, Yang Chen was still very lucky. While waiting for the jade cup to absorb the 10th water true essence in the East China Sea, Yang Chen drank at least dozens of cups of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid and slept for more than 200 days. At first, the black grease was discharged from his body, and then the color slowly began to fade, gradually turning gray, and finally, there were few impurities discharged from his body. However, the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid was a kind of thing that could cure diseases and defend oneself without diseases. It was not a big problem to drink more. The jade cup absorbed 4 cups of 10th water true essence in a row and slowly filled a jade bottle. With so much 10th water true essence, it was completely enough for Yang Chen to cultivate the 10th water true secret art. During this time, Xiao Tian has been sleeping. It seems that the 3rd restriction really made it exceed its limit, and now it can't digest and absorb the dragon qi. Pinching his fingers in the Dragon Palace treasure house, Yang Chen has been staying for another year. It was said that Yang Chen had to leave. He had been missing for a year, and he didn't know how anxious the sect was. Moreover, he promised the head of the palace that he would go out with Sun Qingxue to travel, and now he had to go to the Blue Cloud sect. Fortunately, he had an auction qualification for the Blue Cloud sect. The Blue Cloud sect was a big sect, and there would often be some good things auctioned. Maybe he could catch up with it, and it would be good to see what good things he could buy. Leaving the treasure house, when Yang Chen's shuttle appeared in the depths of the sea again, his heart suddenly moved. Would the guys who were tracking him have already fallen in the place of a few Chinquan bags? After leaving the treasure house far away, Yang Chen secretly wrapped the other party's spiritual awareness imprint and slightly opened a gap. Just this small action, Yang Chen immediately felt that the spiritual awareness imprint began to tremble slightly, which could only mean one thing: the other party was still constantly looking for his own traces. Suddenly, a silent anger rushed into Yang Chen's heart. This kind of stalking tracking, could it be that this young master was really a clay-kneaded paper paste and could be pinched by others? Chapter 477. The spiritual awareness imprint could only let the tracker know the direction of the target relative to himself. If the distance was close enough, within 100 miles, it might allow people to roughly circle the range of the target, but it could not allow people to find the exact location. No matter how strong the tracking master was, it was impossible to find the exact location of the other party unless the target was trapped in some kind of formation that he had arranged, and there was a spiritual awareness imprint on his body. He might be able to accurately find the person. However, now the group of people who were tracking Yang Chen could accurately know where the spiritual awareness imprint on Yang Chen's body was. In this situation, they have experienced it several times this year. Above the sea, more than a dozen people looked at the sea under their feet with hatred. All of them had a look of anger. These people seemed to have experienced a lot of hardships, and they all looked a little embarrassed. Among the crowd, there was only one Yuanying stage master, and the others were all in the realm of the Jiedon stage. The spiritual awareness imprint showed that Yang Chen was below them. They did not know how deep he was, but he was definitely in this area. This time it won't be another Chinquan bag, right? The leader was the Yuanying stage master, but at this moment on the face of the Yuanying stage master, there was no arrogance of a Yuanying stage ancestor, but a look of boredom. The faces and performance of the others were not much better. For more than a year, a group of more than a dozen people tracked Yang Chen. Every time they tracked in a direction, they spent a lot of effort to drill into the bottom of the sea, only to find out that it turned out to be the territory of a terrifying monster. If it weren't for the cooperation of more than a dozen people, and everyone's cultivation base was not low, plus the Yuanying stage ancestor had some powerful magic weapons on him, they would be able to retreat. But even so, everyone was in a mess. The most uncomfortable thing was that every time they found it, it was either a Chinquan bag or a thing with a spiritual awareness imprint. Yang Chen's figure, they didn't even see a hair. Once or twice, everyone still thought that Yang Chen was cunning. But after 8 or 10 times, in addition to being tired and numb, everyone had no other thoughts. However, despite this, everyone did not dare to relax. Yang Chen was the person designated by the higher-ups, so none of them dared to say no. They could only go deep into the sea again and again to investigate. Many people were wondering how Yang Chen knew the location of the powerful demonic beasts in the deep sea. He was actually so accurate every time, placing the items right next to the demonic beasts. As long as they chased after the divine sense imprint, they would definitely alarm the demonic beasts. The Yuanying stage ancestor was tired, but unlike other Jiedon stage masters, he knew very well that once he could catch Yang Chen, how much credit it would be and how much benefit it would bring. The name Questioning Inner Heart pill came from the top after the incident in the 100,000 mountains. The effect was said to have been personally tested by Elder Hua Wanning of the Blue Cloud sect and Elder Min Huafeng of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and it was extremely powerful. Legend has it that it is comparable to the Heaven-Seizing Pill, or even stronger. The Heaven-Seizing Pill could only be taken by masters of the Deshang stage. Otherwise, for masters below the Deshang stage, after taking it, there was only one result: the spiritual power would skyrocket and the body would crack and die. But the Questioning Inner Heart Pill was different. It could be taken by people in all realms from top to bottom, and it sounded like the lower the realm, the higher the success rate. If Yang Chen got it, It meant that the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill would be in hand, and it was said that Yang Qin still kept the medicinal materials of a furnace of questioning inner heart pill, and another furnace would be opened after 30 years. 30 years was enough for Yang Chen's cultivation base to be higher. If Yang Chen stepped into the realm of the Jedon stage master, it meant that he would get more questioning inner heart pills than the previous one. Even if there was only one, at least the Yuanying stage leader could be sure that it was no longer a dream for him to step into the Deshang stage. This kind of huge benefit stimulation, how could it not make people fascinated and madly search for it? This was not counting the reward after getting it before and after adding it up, not to mention the Yuanying stage ancestor. Even the masters of the Deshang stage would be willing to make such a trip. The above has already expressed their determination to get it. Otherwise, they would not send a Yuanying stage master and 12 Jedon stage masters to deal with a junior in the foundation establishment stage. Even if this junior in the foundation establishment stage was more powerful, in the face of such a huge disparity in numbers and realms, it was impossible to survive. At this moment, Yang Chen was in the sea below the group of people, sitting on the shuttle, looking at this group of people coldly. Those people were not well prepared. They didn't seem to know that Yang Chen was coming to the East China Sea. There were people with all attributes, but there were only 3 with the water attribute. This position was deliberately chosen by Yang Chen to wait here. Otherwise, with the speed of the shuttle, those people would not be able to catch up at all. Even if Yang Chen did not let go of the package of the spiritual awareness imprint, the other party would not be able to notice it. It may be because the spiritual awareness imprint on Yang Chen's body was different from the previous ones, so the tracker thought that this should not be the bait that Yang Chen dropped, it should be where the real body was. More than a dozen guys, their clothes were not uniform at all, and there was no sect mark on their bodies. If it was not deliberately concealed, then they were originally rogue cultivators and did not join the sect. But looking at these people's arrangements, it did not seem that there was no organization. That could only explain one thing. Even if they were rogue cultivators, they were also rogue cultivators secretly supported by a big sect, used to deceive people's eyes and ears or to do this kind of shameful thing. At the bottom of the sea in this area, there was an open space. Yang Chen was now stopping in this open space, holding the bright ray sword that was bitten by Shao Tian, quietly waiting for the people above to come down. He wanted to know who these people were and which sect they were. The Taishamen were very suspicious, but several other sects could not get rid of the suspicion. If they would come up with such a battle, they must want to capture Yang Chen alive. The temptation of the questioning inner heart pill was not something that ordinary people could resist, no matter which sect it was normal. The 3 water attribute Jedon stage masters quickly came down from the sea. The water escape method was very outstanding. In the sea, there was no tension and directly rushed down. In the sea, the scope of the spiritual awareness scan was greatly reduced. Less than within 200 feet, the spiritual awareness was also blocked by the sea and could not be found. If they wanted to know what was below, they could only get closer and see. Non-water attribute cultivators. Even if they could enter the water, fighting in the water was also very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, the spiritual awareness threads released by Yang Chen's 3 purities secret art were not within this range. When the other party was still 400 feet away from Yang Chen had already discovered the whereabouts of the other 3 people. Chapter 478. Brush. Yang Chen's figure shook and disappeared in place. The flying shuttle appeared in an instant, flying at high speed. Just in the blink of an eye, it appeared behind a Jedon stage master. As soon as the flying shuttle was retracted, the bright ray sword in Yang Chen's hand directly pierced the other's back. The vibration of the water and the result of the exploration of the spiritual awareness made the Jedon stage master shocked, but he did not panic immediately. He opened his mouth, and a flying sword immediately appeared out of thin air, stabbing toward the figure of Yang Chen. The body that was carefully maintaining balance also quickly turned around and turned to face Yang Chen. However, he was fast. Yang Chen's speed was faster. It was very close, and Yang Chen's bright ray sword touched the opponent's body first. A water blue armor appeared out of thin air, and in this transparent seawater it was almost invisible. The tip of the bright ray sword slightly paused, as if it had broken through something, and the bright ray sword in his hand directly stabbed down. Ding! When Yang Chen's bright ray sword had pierced the opponent's skin and entered the opponent's body, the opponent's flying sword also touched Yang Chen's body. However, Yang Chen's body was slightly bright, and a golden bell appeared on the surface of Yang Chen's body. The opponent's flying sword just made a crisp sound, and it could no longer stab. Puff! The tip of the bright ray sword directly came out from the back of the Jedon stage master. The Jedon stage master's face was incredible, but he could no longer make any sound. The bubbles in his mouth were bubbling, and the surrounding seawater was instantly dyed red with blood. Ding! There were two more sounds, but it was the two water attribute Jedon stage masters who came down at the same time as the dead Jedon stage master. They found the figure of Yang Chen, and found that Yang Chen had killed their companion in such a short time. Their eyes were blown, and the two flying swords killed on Yang Chen's body. The futility of the flying sword made the two guys turn pale with fright. They never thought that such a powerful guy would suddenly appear. Just that one moment of hesitation had decided life and death. The shuttle appeared again, and with lightning speed, it came to the side of the Jedon stage master on the left. Yang Chen's bright ray sword chopped down. The Jedon stage master subconsciously stretched out his hand to block, and then a series of dense scales appeared on his sleeve. Without waiting for the formation on the scales to launch, Yang Chen's bright ray sword had already reached the body. The raised arm was like a waist. It was easily removed by Yang Chen together with the outer sleeves and the arm. A patch of bright red blood appeared. It was unknown what kind of tough scales were used to make a defensive magic treasure, but it was completely useless. Under the severe pain of the Jedon stage master, his eyes blurred at the same time. A sharp blade crossed his neck, once again bringing out a thick blood color. The remaining Jedon stage master was shocked. From the beginning of tracking Yang Chen to now, even if they encountered the monster of the Yuanying stage at the bottom of the sea, such a situation had never happened. Everyone was in a mess, but it was only on the surface. No one died among the group of people. In just a short time, two of their companions were killed. How could this be accepted? The Jedon stage master, who was frightened, didn't think about a water escape and directly rushed to the vicinity of the sea. Then, with a splash, he rushed out of the sea with a splash of water. The people on the sea were guarding like tigers watching their prey. The water that suddenly rushed out made everyone shocked, and they were almost in a mess. It was the Yuanying stage ancestor who discovered it in time and stopped everyone, and everyone calmed down again. However, the bloody waves that slowly rose from the sea, plus the two corpses that quickly floated up, let a group of people know what had happened. That kid is down there. The Jedon stage master who escaped this time had already seen the figure of Yang Chen and hurriedly shouted. He didn't want the credit of his desperate efforts to find Yang Chen's whereabouts to be shared by the people above, and hurriedly shouted out. When they heard this, the other people's faces didn't seem to have very shocked expressions anymore, and all of them were replaced with surprise. After tracking for more than a year, fighting with the monster of the sea for hundreds of times, there was almost no trace of Yang Chen. This time they actually found him. The stimulation of the questioning inner heart pill and huge benefits made everyone excited. If two of their companions died, they would die. That was underwater, and everyone was not good at it. But Yang Chen was not a water cultivator. How long could he hold his breath? After he appeared, he would completely become a prisoner of everyone. 10 Jedon stage masters plus a Yuanying stage ancestor against a junior in the foundation stage. There could never be any other result. Excitement was excitement, but none of these people underestimated their opponents. The bodies of the 2 Jedon stage masters had already explained everything. Not enough, that was under the water. Unless Yang Qin didn't come out for a lifetime, as long as he dared to show his head, he would never escape the fate of being captured alive. Everyone's magic weapons were lit up, and the leading Yuanying stage ancestor took a round thing in his hand and threw it directly into the sea without thinking about it. When the others saw this, they all quickly rose into the air, and at the same time launched their own protective magic weapons, staring vigilantly at the sea below. That was a 10th water divine thunder, which was originally refined by a master of the Yuanying stage ancestor level. In this sea, its power was doubled. Yang Chen wanted to hide underwater, as long as a divine thunder exploded underwater. Yang Chen could not escape the fate of being stunned, and even the result of serious injuries and death was not ruled out. The range of this 10th water divine thunder wave was so large that even if Yang Chen had a shuttle, he could not escape in an instant. And obviously, the other party did not give him this opportunity at all. As soon as the 10th water divine thunder entered the water, Yang Chen noticed that something was wrong. With his current cultivation base, if he resisted it hard, plus the protection of the golden bell, he might be able to, but he was bound to be affected, and at that time he might be taken advantage of. The only way to escape the power of the 10th water divine thunder seemed to be the only way out of the water. The other party simply wanted to force him out, which Yang Qin was very clear about. But at this moment he couldn't care about anything else. Yang Qin tried his best to escape through the water and rush to the sea. Before waiting for Yang Chen to rush out of the water, the 10th water divine thunder exploded below. Boom! The huge sound was accompanied by a powerful shockwave, and Yang Chen was directly blasted from the sea into the sky. Within a radius of 10 miles, all of the sea suddenly exploded, bringing about a splash of water. The huge sound, even if Yang Chen had been prepared to cover his ears, it still made his head buzz. In the air, Yang Chen's balance had not yet been adjusted, and there were 2 flying swords, like ghosts, coming to Yang Chen's legs. Until this time, the other party still had the idea of capturing Yang Chen alive. Chapter 479. Being in the air, Yang Chen really couldn't avoid it. However, it seemed that Yang Chen himself did not want to avoid it. The scene of the 2 flying swords slashing on the golden bell was still vivid in Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen did not believe that the cultivation of these people could break through the defense of the golden bell. Ding-ding, as Yang Chen expected, the 2 flying swords slashed on Yang Chen's 2 legs one after the other, but it could only make a crisp sound. Yang Chen was unscathed. "Be careful! This kid has a magic weapon to protect his body." This situation was immediately seen by people, and someone immediately shouted, "Hey, magic weapon to protect his body!" A cold snort suddenly appeared, and the leading Yuanying stage ancestor was very disdainful and shouted at Yang Chen, "Break for me!" A red light, like a sword light, was emitted from the hands of the Yuanying stage ancestor and went straight to Yang Chen's chest. The surrounding Jedon stage masters were shocked, and one of them hurriedly shouted, "Ancestor, I want him alive!" It seemed that he suddenly remembered that he still wanted Yang Chen to be alive, and the red light emitted by the Yuanying stage ancestor suddenly stagnated. And then the light seemed to weaken a little, but the speed did not decrease and still heavily hit Yang Chen's chest. Yang Chen's body had recovered its balance by the 2 flying sword slashes, but immediately faced a blow to the chest. This blow was not the attack of a Jedon stage master, but a magic weapon attack of a Yuanying stage ancestor. Seeing that the red light had already hit Yang Chen's body, but on Yang Chen's face there was a strange and elusive smile. When the Yuanying stage ancestor was puzzled, there was a low bell sound from Yang Chen's body. Buzz, the dull bell sound came from the place where Yang Chen's chest was hit by the Yuanying stage ancestor, and an invisible shock wave spread around. Wherever it went, be it people or objects, everything began to buzz and tremble along with the dull sound of the bell. Other than Yang Chen, there was no other sound in the ears of the others. Their ears were completely filled with the sound of the bell. The buzzing sound was continuous. The voice seemed to have penetrated through everyone's bodies and burrowed into everyone's minds. Even everything in his sea of consciousness began to tremble along with the sound of the bell. His body trembled involuntarily, and he could no longer hold anything in his hands. The flying sword fluttering in the air seemed to have been hit by a huge force. It fell down one after another, unable to establish any connection with the owner of the flying sword. Everyone stood rooted to the ground, trembling incessantly, but unable to do anything else. The explosion of the 10th water divine thunder is very cool. Yang Chen's figure appeared directly beside the Yuanying stage ancestor, accompanied by Yang Chen's calm but undisguised anger. Taste this bell's sound is also good. In fact, Yang Chen himself was also affected by the sound of the bell, but the impact was negligible compared to others. But even so, Yang Chen could only use the escape technique once, and then he could no longer condense his spiritual power, and weapons such as the flying sword could no longer be used. The sound of the bell almost dissipated his spiritual awareness. However, for Yang Chen, it didn't matter even if he couldn't use his spiritual power at all. Don't look at the fact that the other party was all in the Yuanying stage. But at the same time that Yang Chen couldn't use his spiritual power, these enemies couldn't use it either. However, for a Yuanying stage master who couldn't use his spiritual power, facing Yang Chen, who had cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, the tragedy was inevitable. Yang Chen had no concept of mercy at all. These people caught him, not to put him on a pedestal, and Yang Chen would naturally not be soft-hearted. With a big hand, he directly grabbed the back of the Yuanying stage ancestor's head. While the other hand grabbed the other shoulder, he opened his arms and began to exert force. Under the horrified expression of the Yuanying stage ancestor, in the eyes of the surrounding Jedon stage masters, accompanied by a miserable scream, the sound of tearing suddenly sounded. The original high and mighty Yuanying stage ancestor, the ancestor in the mouth of a group of Jedon stage masters, was pulled out of the body by Yang Chen's hands. It was not known how many spiritual power had tempered the body of the Yuanying stage master, weak like a dough, directly separated into two pieces. The scream stopped abruptly. The bloody spine connected to the complete head was thrown directly into the roots of the blood demon vine in the medicine garden by Yang Chen. On the other side of the body, it was carried in the hands of Yang Chen. After he skillfully took off the Qinkuan bag, it also became the flower fertilizer of the blood demon vine. Easily put away the Yuanying stage ancestors' Qinkuan bag, Yang Chen's gaze turned to the other Jedon stage masters. For cultivators, there was no shortage of people who were cut into several pieces. However, that was all the power of the flying sword. How could Yang Chen tear a Yuanying stage ancestor with his bare hands? Not to mention that everyone was still affected by the sound of the bell. Even if there was no such influence, watching Yang Chen tear the Yuanying stage ancestor like this, they were all scared out of their wits. Every injustice has a cause. Every debt has a debtor. You and I have no grievances in the past, and there is no hatred in the present. Chasing you for no reason, I have to send you on your way. During the speech, Yang Chen's voice did not stop, and the people around the Yuanying stage ancestors were directly pulled over by him. One punch, and at least 6 heads were blown up in an instant. Until this moment, the influence of the bell gradually weakened, and they could finally use their spiritual power, but the remaining 4 Jedon stage masters had the courage to fight with Yang Chen. Even the Yuanying stage ancestors were not his opponents, let alone them. At the moment when the spiritual power could be controlled, in the minds of the 4 people, the idea of escaping directly emerged. However, the moment before the Jedon stage masters could use their spiritual power, Yang Chen recovered earlier than them. With a move of his mind, Wan Qian and her 6 apprentices appeared directly around him, and the 5-way mystic fairy formation surrounded the 4 Jedon stage masters. Originally, they were already scared to see Yang Chen. Now there were suddenly 5 more Jedon stage masters surrounding them. Plus there was a Yuanying stage master on the side to deter them. Where did the four people have the courage to make a move? They obediently put down the restriction by Yang Chen one by one, and did not dare to move casually. With a flash of his figure, Yang Chen had put away the women and appeared in the shuttle with the four captives. The four Jet-On Stage masters were directly shocked, but after seeing the surrounding situation, they finally understood why Yang Chen could hide under the sea and not come out. What made the four people a little uneasy was that after Yang Chen banned them, he did not ask any questions. He just slowly checked the seized Chinkoan bag to see what he had gained. But the more this was the case, the more uneasy the hearts of the four people were. Chapter 480. What's your surname? Finally, after Yang Chen checked the Chinkoan bag one by one, Yang Chen took one of the Jet-On Stage masters to sit in front of him and asked, Lu. It seemed that he didn't expect Yang Chen to ask such a simple question, and the captive subconsciously answered directly. Then he was alert, but he felt that he didn't say anything, and there was a feeling of relief. Do you have a grudge against me? Yang Chen asked again. However, this time, the Jet-On Stage master didn't speak anymore, just stared at Yang Chen fiercely. Brush, a light flashed. The head of the Jet-On Stage master flew directly into the air, and the headless neck blood spurted. In Yang Chen's hand, he didn't know when he had already grasped the hilt of the bright ray sword. Without looking at the flying head, Yang Chen's hand stroked the blade of the bright ray sword, as if caressing the skin of a lover, patiently and meticulously, until the blood spurted out. Yang Chen slowly collected the body into the medicine garden and filled it as fertilizer. Then the bright ray sword was put on the table by his hand. Actually, I don't want to know your purpose. The shuttle would not be stained with blood at all, so Yang Chen would not be afraid of the blood spraying everywhere. He collected it and sent it to the medicine garden, but he said lazily, because of your purpose, I know it even if you don't say it. Chasing me, there are only a few reasons. Seeking revenge, killing to silence, or trying to take something from me. While continuing with his own tone, Yang Chen crossed his legs. Killing people. There are no more than these reasons, right? This was the truth. Even if the remaining three guys were not happy, they had to admit that what Yang Chen said was not wrong. Killing people for no reason, except for the disciples of the demon sects or the monster race. The Tao sect's cultivators would generally not do it, unless there was a last resort. Of course, those who abandoned themselves to despair did not count, but these people were clearly not that kind of people. Before that ancestor attacked, one of you shouted that he wanted me alive. Yang Chen shook his head and said with a smile, That means you don't want me dead. Then it's even easier to guess. It's definitely not revenge. Otherwise, you guys would love to see me dead, right? It seems that I, a junior in the foundation stage, only have some alchemy skills that can make a Yuaniing stage ancestor and more than a dozen Jet-On Stage masters take action. Yang Chen looked at the three prisoners in front of him and asked curiously, What do you want? Questioning inner heart pill, or the heaven-seizing pill, or both. The three people didn't have any reaction at all. They didn't know if they were unwilling or afraid. But Yang Chen's words were like a poisonous snake, ruthlessly drilling into the ears of the three people, disintegrating their persistence little by little. Since you are willing to be captured, I think you don't want to die. Yang Chen's words really hit the hearts of the three. After all, if they really wanted to be a dead man, they would have done it just now, and they wouldn't have to wait until now. It was not easy to cultivate to the Jet-On Stage. If there was a chance, no one would be willing to die. This senior, I don't know if you can tell me who is going to deal with me? Yang Chen turned his head to the leftmost Jet-On Stage master and asked very seriously, Humph. The Jet-On Stage master seemed to want to express his temperament or struggle and snorted softly. Then everyone saw a flash of sword light, and the head of the guy who just snorted flew directly up and was beheaded by Yang Chen. He said he would make a move, and he didn't even give a chance to hesitate, and the head was cleanly beheaded. One might not be shocking enough, but two in a row, especially when the next one was likely to be himself, the feeling was completely different. The remaining 2 Jedon stage masters instantly turned ashen. They had long heard that Yang Chen was a secular executioner, and it was indeed a well-deserved reputation. No one would have thought that Yang Chen would be so ruthless that even a wrong word, or even just a voice to express emotions, would immediately make a move against Yang Chen's mind. Even if the 2 Jedon stage masters were used to seeing life and death, they still couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when facing Yang Chen at this moment. The dignified Jedon stage master, facing a junior in the foundation stage, did not even dare to look at him. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Yang Chen sighed slightly and shook his head. I am not a bloodthirsty person, but I am not a good person either. If you want to muddle through, or still want to save the face of the senior, then come and try. If you have the guts, give me a quick death. Excessive fear stimulated one of the remaining 2 Jedon stage masters to suddenly go crazy and shouted at Yang Chen. As you wish. Yang Chen didn't even give the other party a chance to regret. His mouth opened and his sword fell. The shouting guy's head flew high and he fell down. The gushing blood sprayed on the remaining body. The guy who tracked me was very smart. He didn't go with you. Putting the bright ray sword to the side, regardless of the blood still dripping from the tip of the sword, Yang Chen said to the remaining guy, His spiritual awareness mark is still in my sea of consciousness. The remaining guys raised their heads blankly and didn't seem to understand why Yang Chen would say that. But Yang Chen actually knew that the person who was tracking was not among them, which made him a little surprised. This also means that you don't have to say it. Yang Chen sneered and said, I will go to him. There is no need for you. In fact, it is very redundant. Maybe he will know more. What do you say, senior? As he said that, Yang Chen's hand had once again touched the hilt of the bright ray sword. This action immediately scared the remaining guys, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. I said. Yang Chen's hand just lifted up a little, and the other party had already hurriedly begged for mercy. The embarrassed appearance. There was no trace of the Jedon stage master's temperament. I'm listening, Yang Chen said coldly, but his hand did not leave the hilt of the sword. Yes, just said a word. The Jedon stage master was suddenly stunned, as if there was something strange, and then he said, yes. After saying 2 words, the Jedon stage master's face suddenly showed a look of horror, and his body suddenly trembled violently. Yang Chen was stunned, and then immediately understood. He didn't want to think about it. He threw the Jedon stage master out of the shuttle, and then the shuttle accelerated and rushed forward, just flying out more than 200 feet. The body of the Jedon stage master suddenly exploded. In the loud sound, it turned into a pile of minced meat. Chapter 481. When the Jedon stage master exploded and died, the power of the explosion was not ordinary. Even if Yang Chen had already driven the shuttle to escape more than 200 feet away, he still felt the powerful explosive force. Although it was not as powerful as the explosion of the 10th water divine thunder in the sea, if it exploded in the shuttle, it might cause some damage to the shuttle. Yang Chen could not sacrifice the shuttle now, let alone repair it. Once it was damaged, it would not be worth the loss. This was clearly the practice of some of the dead warriors. When they joined certain organizations or went out for a certain task, they were restricted by the experts in the organization in advance. Once they wanted to reveal secrets, they would trigger the restriction, which would lead to the end of exploding and dying. The Jedon stage master was obviously restricted. However, looking at the shocked eyes of the Jedon stage master before he died, it seemed that he did not think that he would be restricted. Yang Chen estimated that he did not even know when he was restricted, otherwise he would not look like that. In this way, Yang Chen was impressed by the person behind the scenes. It was not an ordinary person who could be so cruel to his own people. This kind of technique was usually prevalent in the demon sections. In the Dao sects, unless it was a dead warrior, they would use this method, ordinary people would rarely come into contact with it. For the death of these people in front of him, Yang Chen really didn't care. Without them, Yang Chen could still dig out the planner behind it. As Yang Chen said before, the guy who was responsible for tracking was not among these people. So far, the people brought by the Yuanying stage ancestor had died, but the spiritual awareness imprint in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was still there, which could only explain one thing. He was not dead yet. If someone was alive, Yang Chen could track the whereabouts of the other party. Maybe the guy who planned this would never dream that Yang Chen could move the thing that was originally on the object into his own sea of consciousness, let alone think that Yang Chen could rely on a spiritual awareness imprint to track the person who wanted to track him. However, Yang Chen did not intend to start doing this now. Since the other party was able to place restrictions on the people who were attacking them, then they could also place restrictions on the people who were pursuing them. Before Yang Chen had the means to undo this restriction, Yang Chen was not prepared to take the risk. The spiritual awareness imprint in the sea of consciousness was once again tightly wrapped by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness threads, leaving no gap, eliminating the possibility of the other party being able to track Yang Chen again. However, Yang Chen had to keep this spiritual awareness imprint. One day, when Yang Chen's cultivation was high enough, this would be a clue to find someone to settle accounts with. The corpses of a group of golden core and nascent soul cultivators had become fertilizer for the blood demon vine. To Yang Chen's surprise, Xiao Tian also woke up before the battle, just in time to catch up with the battle. The dragon chi of the three restrictions made Xiao Tian a little abnormal. So far, it seems that it is still a full meal that has not been digested. Even the fragments of the flying sword that Yang Chen prepared for it did not look at it. It was coiled on the blood demon vine sword, motionless. It was estimated that it was still digesting. Yang Chen no longer disturbed Xiao Tian and let it be free in the medicine garden. He himself drove the shuttle and flew in the direction of the Blue Cloud sect. Of course, when he was at sea, it was still convenient to be at the bottom of the sea, not only to hide his whereabouts, but also not to attract attention. There would be a period of time on the road, and Yang Chen had nothing to do, so he sat in the shuttle and began to cultivate. When collecting the 10th water true essence, Yang Chen had been drinking the mixed liquid of the 4 seas mysterious coral liquid and distiller's yeast. After drinking it, he fell asleep and then waited for the impurities to be eliminated. He had not cultivated and practiced. Now that the impurities in his body have been removed, this was the first time he had cultivated under such circumstances. The 3 purities secret art was good. It was a secret art to cultivate spiritual awareness, and it had little to do with the body. However, now the 3rd layer of the 3 purities secret art, Yang Chen has cultivated it to the point of being very familiar, and his spiritual awareness has reached the point of condensing again. However, this kind of condensation is not overnight work. Normally, it would take decades and hundreds of years. Fortunately, now Yang Chen has the spiritual awareness of the middle Yuanying stage, and if the spiritual awareness does not increase for the time being, it will not affect Yang Chen too much. Yang Chen now has at least 2 things in his hands that can increase both his cultivation base and his spiritual awareness. The sect has collected more than 100 kinds of flames for Yang Chen, among which there are many kinds of 3rd-grade flames. Once Yang Chen fully absorbs them, it will immediately cause another change in his sea of consciousness, and his spiritual awareness will also increase. The other was the 10th water true essence in Yang Chen's hands. This was an essential thing for the cultivation of the 10th water true secret art in the Great Yin and Yang 5-element secret art, and it was also a divine object that could cause changes in the nature of the sea of consciousness. After absorbing the 10th water true essence, maybe a miniature ocean will really be formed in the sea of consciousness. As for the improvement of cultivation base and spiritual awareness, it was simply a piece of cake. However, Yang Chen did not intend to do these 2 things in a short time. So far, the growth of Yang Chen's cultivation base has far exceeded that of Gao Yu, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue and Gong Sunling, these cultivation geniuses with a full value single attribute spirit root. More haste, less speed, this was the most basic truth. Everyone understood, and Yang Chen would not make mistakes. The rapid improvement of the cultivation base required a longer time to consolidate the realm. This was something that could not be helped. If there was a gain, there must be a price, and no power was without a price. What Yang Chen needed now was to consolidate his cultivation base at ease, so as not to have any big problems. The three purities secret art did not bring much surprise to Yang Chen. The real surprise was in the yellow, turban strongman body refining technique and the yin-yang 5 elements secret art. When Yang Chen finished cultivating the three purities secret art and then began to cultivate the yin-yang 5 elements secret art, he immediately noticed the changes in his body. The speed at which the various spiritual powers flowed in the meridians of the body was almost 30% faster than usual. During the battle, Yang Chen did not notice it, and there was no extra energy to care about those things. But now, in the state of cultivation, he immediately discovered the abnormality. The speed of the spiritual power flow accelerated, and Yang Chen had always thought that it was because the cultivation base was too low, causing some hindrances in some parts of the meridians to go up and down. Almost all disappeared. The spiritual power flowed in the body without any feeling of being bound. It was round and very free. Not only that, after the completion of the yin-yang 5 elements secret art, Yang Chen himself could clearly perceive that compared to the past, the increase of the spiritual power in this cycle was also a bit more. The circulation speed accelerated. There was no hindrance in the meridians, coupled with the increase of spiritual power. It seemed not a big change, but after the accumulation of a long time, it was definitely a crazy gap that made people envious and jealous to the extreme. The yin-yang 5 elements secret art had already given Yang Chen a surprise, but the bigger surprise came from the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Chapter 482. Yang Chen's body, because of old demon Yi's demonic art, has absorbed the life essence of tens of thousands of immortals, and has long been strong. Without relying on any other assistance, he can achieve physical strength that exceeds 1,000 jin. However, this demonic art also has a drawback. That is, the absorption of too much life essence is too mixed, resulting in a lot of impurities in the body. This was a hidden danger. But he did not expect that Yang Chen was actually lucky enough to get so many 4C's mysterious coral liquid. Almost all the impurities in the body were discharged. When he was cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, the feeling of the sudden burst of power in the body and pouring into the body almost shocked Yang Chen. He knew that there would be benefits, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. After removing the impurities in the body, the feeling of the body, refining technique, transforming the muscles and bones, was clearly reflected in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. It was as if Yang Chen himself was magnified countless times in the sea of consciousness, letting his soul leave the body and watching all this happen. Under the effect of the body refining technique, the bones were more compact and the strength was greatly increased. The muscles were also like someone was constantly increasing the strength and thickness of Yang Chen's body. As for the most important muscles, the changes were even more amazing. Just looking at the increased strength, he knew that the strength had definitely increased. Not only that, but the disadvantages of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the current stage of the transformation of the whole body seemed to be seen by Yang Chen one by one. Where the strengthening was not uniform enough, and where some places were too much, it was clear at a glance. Only now did Yang Chen know why the yellow turban strongman body refining technique would only increase the strength in the early stage, but it would make people become such a barbaric physique. He also knew why the yellow turban strongman body refining technique could be restored to the original normal body shape in the later stage. In the beginning, this kind of body refining technique focused too much on the tempering of the muscles and bones. Naturally, there would be some imbalance, and the swollen muscles would of course become the nemesis of speed. Without Yang Chen's ability, Apart from cultivating the body refining technique to the extreme step by step, it would be impossible to restore his original body shape. But now Yang Chen already knew where the problem was, and his current body was more adapted to the body refining effect of the body refining technique. As long as Yang Chen spent a period of time concentrating on certain parts, he could readjust the uneven parts of the body refining. In this way, Yang Chen, in the early stage of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, can achieve the effect of the late stage cultivation. This wasn't just a change in his physique. At the same time, it also meant another unbelievable miracle in terms of physical strength. Just this time cultivating the body refining technique, Yang Chen felt that the effect of strength improvement was much higher than before. It seemed that no matter what kind of cultivation, the body was still the most basic and most important. After a heavenly cycle, the effect of the body refining technique alone was 50% better than usual. The surging force of the muscles made Yang Chen feel a little surprised. According to this situation, in less than a few hundred years, it was estimated that without waiting for ascension, Yang Chen could reach the level of senior yellow turban strongman. It must be known that the senior yellow turban strongman, even in a place like the heavenly court where spiritual energy was almost everywhere, it would take at least a few hundred years to reach it. Moreover, the first person to cultivate was by no means immortal. Yang Chen didn't know how to evaluate his heaven-defying luck. The old Dragon King was really powerful. No wonder he wanted a separate treasure house. Those magic weapons that won by weight really couldn't be compared with the things that Yang Chen already had in his hands. With good things, Yang Chen's first thought was of course his master. This 4C's mysterious coral liquid. He would let his master drink it as water when he went back. He could also take a bath. Anyway, there was such a big lake. How much could he want? As for other people who had a good relationship with Yang Chen, the master ancestor, the head of the palace, the old tree demon, other elders, senior sisters, and senior brothers, everyone had a big cup first. Cure illness, strengthen the body without illness, Chunyang Palace had Yang Chen, and the welfare treatment had been greatly improved. In the past, when Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan went to get the blood essence of the howling celestial dog, he still appreciated Shi Shanshan's tea-making skills. However, what Yang Chen liked was wine, and tea was only something that he would taste occasionally. Now that there was a lake of distiller's yeast, it seemed necessary to brew some refreshing wine to mix. Although the 4C's mysterious coral liquid was good, every time he drank it, he had to sleep, which was inconvenient. Good wine still needed to be mixed with wine to taste better. That gourd, Yang Chen had decided to call it a wine pot. There was a large lake of distiller's yeast for tens of thousands of years. What was it if not a wine pot? This was also just right. Yang Chen's newly brewed wine could also be put in it. Anyway, it could be put in, and it would not be mixed with each other. When he wanted to drink, he could pour it out at any time. If the Blue Cloud sect had an auction, he could go and collect a large number of raw materials for winemaking. At the same time, he would also go and see little sister, Sun Qingxue. If it was convenient, he would also give her a cup of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, which was absolutely good for her cultivation. Along the way, Yang Chen was cultivating. When he was close to the Blue Cloud sect, he put away the shuttle, then summoned an ordinary flying sword, and slowly flew to the gate of the Blue Cloud sect. This was not the first time Yang Chen came. The last time he came was to invite Elder Huawanting. The people of the Blue Cloud sect were also very familiar with Yang Chen. When they heard that he was looking for Sun Qingxue, they sent a message without saying anything. A few hours later, Yang Chen saw Sun Qingxue in a hurry. "Hello, big brother Yang." Sun Qingxue still had a young face. When she saw Yang Chen, her face instantly became a smile like a flower, and she came up and said hello. Yang Chen could come alone to find her. Sun Qingxue's mood was not generally good. This proud disciple of Elder Hua, the current genius disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, was like a little girl in love. After calling Yang Chen, she didn't know why she still blushed. Little Shui. Yang Chen has a kind of care for Sun Qingxue for his younger sister. Although it is a little awkward now, it does not prevent Yang Chen from seeing Sun Qingxue. Of course, there is another reason to be happy. In the future, the famous dancing snow fairy in front of him unexpectedly has such an expression. Thinking about it, there is an indescribable sense of satisfaction. I was just passing by, so I came to see. Soon, seeing Sun Qingxue's happiness was replaced by a headache. Looking at Sun Qingxue's happy appearance, Yang Chen could not say anything to hurt her. He could only find something to say. "Don't you invite me to the mountain gate?" Sun Qingxue almost jumped into the mountain gate with Yang Chen and happily introduced some famous scenery of the Blue Cloud sect to Yang Chen. Her happy appearance was from the bottom of her heart. "Is there an auction in the sect recently? I am eligible to participate." After a long time, when he was resting in the small courtyard of Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen took the opportunity to ask. Chapter 483. Auction. Sun Qingxue was startled. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Yang Chen wanting to participate in the auction, but because of the current schedule, it will only be 10 days later. "What does Brother Yang want to buy? Maybe I can help you." "I don't have a specific goal." Yang Chen was not in a hurry. 10 days. Yang Chen could still afford to wait. Blue Cloud sect often had good things for auction. He didn't know what he could catch this time. However, for Sun Qingxue, there was nothing special to hide. "I plan to buy some raw materials for wine. If there are any miscellaneous books, I can also buy them." Yang Chen was famous for his love of miscellaneous books. The last time he treated Elder Hua wanting, he directly asked for 20,000 books. Sun Qingxue was present at the time, so she was very clear about this. "There may not be many books at the auction." Sun Qingxue shook her head and said very directly, "If it can be auctioned, it must be valuable martial arts, alchemy, refining techniques, and so on. Miscellaneous books can't be auctioned." Yang Chen didn't have such an idea to buy miscellaneous books at the auction. He just wanted to use this as a cover. Coming to Blue Cloud sect, he just wanted to see what good things there were, but he really didn't have a fixed goal. "There is a place selling the raw materials for wine. Brother Yang, you don't have to wait until the auction." Sun Qingxue immediately began to plan another request for Yang Chen. In the internal market of Blue Cloud sect, there is a world-famous wine called Qingyuan Immortal School. This is a unique wine of the sect. If Brother Yang likes it, I will buy some for you. The Blue Cloud Immortal Stream was made by a low-level disciple of the Blue Cloud sect who had no hope of cultivation. After being improved by some masters, it became a unique wine of the Blue Cloud sect. Those who were not disciples of the Blue Cloud sect or friends who had a close relationship with the Blue Cloud sect could not enjoy it. Yang Chen had been here twice, but because the timing was not right, he did not get to taste this fine wine. Originally, with Sun Qingxue's status as a foundation-building disciple, she wasn't qualified to buy it. But now that Sun Qingxue was under the tutelage of Elder Hua wanting, it was really not a troublesome matter to want some Qingyuan Immortal School. Moreover, with Sun Qingxue's current aptitude, if Sun Qingxue revealed the slightest intention to purchase the Qingyuan Immortal School, many people would be willing to purchase it for Sun Qingxue. Of course, Yang Chen now has the qualifications to buy, even the qualifications to participate in the sect auction, not to mention buying the Green Cloud Immortal School. In his previous life, Yang Chen had also heard of the famous Qingyuan Celestial School, but he never had the chance to. Now that Sun Qingxue had mentioned it, Yang Chen had no choice but to give it a try. "Okay, let's go to this Qingyuan Celestial School and see what it tastes like." With his interest aroused, Yang Chen immediately stood up. Sun Qingxue smiled sweetly and rushed in front of Yang Chen, leading the way for Yang Chen. The two drove the flying sword and soon came to the market inside the sect. The Blue Cloud sect was worthy of being a first-class sect. Even the internal market was so lively. Chunyang Palace was relatively worse, and even the sex auction was rarely held. Just the number of disciples. Chunyang Palace had a long way to go to catch up. The market was crowded with people. There were more disciples in the foundation building stage, but there were also many Jiran stage masters, and even Yuaning stage ancestors occasionally appeared. The sect encouraged disciples to exchange some of the things they had obtained with each other, learning from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. This was the same for almost all the major sections. Sun Qingxue pulled Yangqin and soon came to a shop that looked very inconspicuous. It was inconspicuous because the shop was very small. There was only one room, and there were 3 wine jars on a simple wooden counter inside. Other than these, there was nothing else, not even a stool for people to sit on. The shop owner was a middle-aged man with an average cultivation level, which seemed to be in the middle stage of foundation building. He was dressed very neatly, holding a wine spoon and pouring wine into a small wine pot. However, compared to the simplicity of the shop, there was a long line of people outside the shop. Almost everyone was holding a wine vessel, be it a gourd, a small bottle, or a jade pot, and they all looked expectant. "Oh no, it seems that we won't be able to make it today." Looking at this situation, Sun Qingxue frowned. Qingyan Immortal School only sells 3 jars a day, and they don't wait for the overdue ones. What should we do? It was not easy for Yangqin to come to the Blue Cloud sect. It was rare for him to say that he wanted to drink, but there were so many people, which made it very difficult for Sun Qingxue. She could only look at the people in front of her to see if there was anyone she knew and see if she could replace one of them. The air was filled with a fragrance of wine, and the closer they got to the shop, the stronger the smell. Yangqin raised his head, took a few deep sniffs, and made a hissing sound. His actions were like a standard drunkard. Among the people in the line next to him, someone suddenly smiled. It was estimated that they had done similar actions many times before. However, although they were drunkards, no one was willing to give up their position. 3 jars a day, and each person could not exceed 500 grams. In total, only 100 people could taste the wine every day, and no one wanted to give up the precious opportunity to enjoy it to others. Sun Qingxue had already seen the back of the line from the front. To her disappointment, there was not a single person she knew in the long line. Moreover, it was obvious that there were more than 100 people in the line. There were at least 300 people, and it seemed that the share of the wine for the next 3 days had already been reserved. In the Blue Cloud sect, it was impossible to cut the queue. Perhaps it could be done if there was a strong backer outside, but here even the strongest person would not dare to break the rules. This was the confidence of the Blue Cloud sect. Seeing that there was no way to let Yangqin taste the wine, Sun Qingxue was so anxious that she almost cried. It was rare for Yangqin to come, but he encountered such a situation. How could Sun Qingxue accept it? "Don't worry, Xiaoxue." Yangqin looked at Sun Qingxue's anxious look and was touched. He immediately comforted her. "I have already smelled the wine. It's okay if I can't drink it." However, the more Yangqin said, the more anxious Sun Qingxue became. She frowned and suddenly said, "I will go and find Master to think of a way." It was only 500 grams of wine, so Yangqin did not care about it. Moreover, this Qingyan celestial school smelled really ordinary. After tasting the distiller's yeast in the gourd left by the old Dragon King, this level of wine could no longer arouse Yangqin's liquor bug. Please don't. What a joke. It was too unreasonable to trouble a Mahayana stage expert for a little wine. Yangqin blurted out, "This wine tastes ordinary, but it's not that you have to drink it. Watch me personally brew some peerless delicacies for you to have a taste." Shameless boasting. Before Sun Qingxue could say anything, someone beside her had already reprimanded her loudly.